Good morning around the world and welcome to day number 4 here at the Estadio Municipal de Marana do Corvo here in Coimbra, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. We've got 4 games for you today, not just the night series. We've got 4 games, 2 in the morning and 2 later on this evening. And we've got match number 7 here early on in the morning. We've got the Marla Calanders taking on Gorka 11 as we take to Tyrone Peters, tournament referee, with the all-important toss. So news from the toss is Marla Calanders have won the toss and they'll be batting first here. It'll be interesting to see as the captain Najam Shahzad alongside Mohamed Adnan, they'll be taking on early on in the top of the order, and they're going to have a big job on their hands if they're going to be able to set a total here as they take on the Gorka 11. And again, with the Gorka 11, as they will be chasing, it'll be interesting. At the top of the order, Mehdi will be looking to push on after making a half century earlier on in the tournament. And we're just about to get ready for the first ball here in match number 7 as we go to the commentary box for the first delivery of this game.
And welcome back to the commentary box, where you join me, Charlie. I've done a bit of time warping, but we're here and we're ready to get match number 7 underway. And what a day we have here. Weather is scorching once again. And although this is technically classed as the night series, we're playing a lot of cricket under the sun early on here on a beautiful, beautiful Sunday morning as we get to take a look at the lineups. Well, these two, they're sat at top of the table with Marla Calanders only edging them out on net run rate. You can take a look at some of the names, and I picked them out earlier. Well, Mohamed Adnan alongside Najam Shahzad going to be a crucial part of this Marla Calanders time. But Gorka 11, they're going to be relying very heavily on Suman Gimidi, both with bat and ball, obviously with his tweaky little offies, but most importantly with his batting at the top of the lineup. And again, it gives me a good opportunity to welcome anyone who's watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel. And if you're in the live chat, do say hello. Let us know where you're watching from. But if you're watching in India on FanCode, a very good afternoon to you. I hope you're all well and looking forward to an absolutely thrilling day of cricket as the players eventually make their way out. And I can tell you that the officials for this game, game number 7, are on field. We've got Buck Stoneman alongside Shubhanand. And then third and tournament referee is obviously Tyrone Peters. So we are going to see the opening pair of Najam Shahzad and Adnan Mohamed at the top of the order. And those two players are crucial here for the Marla Calanders, obviously tipped to be the favourites here in this tournament. Haven't lost a European Cricket Network hosted tournament in Portugal over the last couple of years. They've come up victorious every single time. But again, very good afternoon. Good morning, I should say, to everyone in the chat. I can see Helix is in there alongside Rahman as well, Shabon. And Keanu was in there earlier as well, so alongside Shujit. Plenty of cricket. 7 days of non-stop cricket here on the European Cricket Network. It's a measly 30 degrees at the moment. It's not even hit midday. But plenty of cricket coming your way, that is for sure. Brendan Clark saying, out from Manchester. Hope you're well, Brendan. And looking forward to the next couple of days of cricket as the night series. We're ready to get underway here, and we're going to have Hardeep Singh opening up for the Gorka 11. And we're all but ready to get underway in match number 7 here, for what it looks like it could be a close game here as we get underway. Starts with a full delivery, but it can be given wide. And in classic European cricket style, we begin with a wide. Both teams up for this one. Plenty of noise coming both from on field and off in the stand. And interesting, the stand at the moment, just on the leg side, is actually in shade. Obviously, we haven't been here this early in the day. Normally starting at around 5 o'clock local time. But certainly on for an outstanding day of cricket. And again, this is going to be given as a wide delivery from Buck Stoneman. Stoneman family. Crucial to the running of the cricket here at the moment. We've got Miguel Stoneman up on the scorer's duty here for the European Cricket Network this week. And younger brother, Francois, or Faf as he likes to be known, is helping around the ground. And then their mother has been providing teas and lunches alongside the rest of the crew. And this time gets it on the money. Flies past the outside edge of Najam Shahzad. Skipper of the national team. Bit of a way swing. And no foot movement really. Just looking a little bit stuck early on here. Again, good to see Kai B as well, saying hi to everyone watching from Sydney. It says that both teams undefeated, so we could have a close game. Hopefully we will. Looks to go big, but this has gone high. This could be a big early wicket. And it's been put down. And Shahzad, the skipper, gets an early life here, and how crucial could that be in the context of this game? He had way too much time, almost had too much time. He's had many different things going through his head. Big wicket this time. Just goes straight through. Much to the annoyance of a lot of his teammates, but it's a drop. And they end up coming through for just the one run. The time will tell how costly that drop could be. This time finding a bit of a thick outside edge. He's going to run away down to very wide third man. Brendan asking the temperature. The helix, but he's certainly not wrong. But it is hot at the moment. It's just 23 degrees. But in the next, I'd say, hour and a half, 2 hours, we're probably going to be looking to rise into the low 30s, mid 30s. Najam Shahzad living life on the edge early on here. There's an edge, and it's straight to him. There's a bit of confusion as to whether it's a bump or not. I think he has got to go. And the skipper, well, he gave them an early chance. It was put down, but it's not going to cost the match only the one run. And he has to go, and Mala Kalanda's a 4 for 1. Take another look here. Flies off the bat, straight to sort of fly sip, really. And that's Rahul Kumar who takes the catch. The early breakthrough early on here for Gorka 11. And the skipper has to go. Bit of a mixed over so far from Hardeep Singh. 2 wides early on, and just 2 singles, but getting the big, big wicket of the skipper, Najam Shahzad. And just wonder how big that wicket could be. There would have been a lot of pressure. And I did say in the pre-match intro how crucial Najam Shahzad is to this team, both with bat and ball. But that man at the crease is still there, Mohammad Adnan. And what a first 2 games he had. Ended up scoring in the 40s in the first 2 games for Marlow, as they defeated Coimbra Knights early on. Yeah, in that second game ended up with a total of 42 off of just 19. Only being edged up by the man who's just gone 43 for 16. With the new batsman. He just plays this back to the bowler and just gives a little respect to this one. Kiani saying, looks good where you were staying. And I'm pretty sure that means you're referring to what you might have seen on my story. Really toughed it out yesterday. Obviously, we have some time during the day. I was just chilling by the pool yesterday. Not today, though. Here working early. And this is driven into the offside to Gimini. Could be close here. And Gimini's one of an outstanding fielder. Just an outstanding cricketer overall. Brings us to the end of the first and an eventful over here. And at the end of the first, Marlow are 5 for 1. Helix saying he's got some good shape. He certainly did, as we get to take a look at the bat versus ball wall supercomputer. Well, they're saying that they reckon that it's going to be Marlow Kalandas coming out. And well, you would have to say, given the track record over the last couple of years, that Marlow are going to be the favourites going into this one. But Gorka 11, obviously taking 2 victories from their first 2 games earlier on this week. 2 victories up against the Gamblers SC. Kiani just talking about, obviously, the World Cup qualifiers going on again. It's the second round of qualifiers up in Finland. Just saying that Estonia sadly beaten by Norway. And we're now going to see the second over. It's going to be bowled by Amandeep Guman. And he hits this well. And this is going to go, and it's going to be the first boundary here in match number 7 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Coimbra. And it's that man, the new batsman, Mehdi, gets off to a flyer. This one rocketing through. He's almost bowler thankful he didn't get anything on it. It could have been a broken finger there. Once again, umpires in the firing range. Shubhanan stepping in for this game. And again into the leg side, but this time doesn't hit this as well. Goes for the one-handed pickup, but it's well backed up by Mayank Darji. And they just come through for the safe single. Don't forget, if you are watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, do subscribe. Plenty of cricket coming up. Obviously, the Super Series getting underway tomorrow. And I'm getting attacked by insects at the moment. Plenty of wildlife here out in Portugal. And down on strike. Well, it's being called a wide, and rightly so. As the keeper for Gorkha 11. Manjit Singh takes that one cleanly. And it's going to be another wide, evading everything. Could be close here. I think he's home pretty safely. But it's good work from the man. A very, very fine leg. He just come through for the single. But it's a good attempt from Singh, the keeper. And a very good afternoon. Good morning to Parash, saying watching from Nepal. Love from Nepal. Hope you're well. Plenty of players originating from Nepal here. Gudami is one of them. Fuller hits this well, straight to the man, but it's not going to carry. It's just going to be one bounce. And it being a pretty safe shot in the end. Doesn't get anything on it. Right out of the toe of the bat. It's a good comeback from Guman. And this one stakes through. And the second danger man for the Marlow Carlanders has to go without really troubling anyone. He has to go for just one run. And Marlow now fall to 14 for 2 early on. And this one, again, just showing the variable bounce of this AstroTurf wicket here in Coimbra. Sometimes it will just stay low, and that just sticks in the back of the mind of the batsman. As you take a look here, it wasn't too full, but it does just stay low. Goes under the bat. You just have to say, similarly to what we saw last night with the Lisbon Capitals, anything that's straight, you might just want to respect it and just nurdle it for 1 or 2. But it's another crucial wicket for Gorkha 11 here early on. Obviously, man, you can see on your screen, Shubhanan coming in for the on-field officials this game. Obviously, a man who we've seen plenty of times here on the ECN. More than established umpire. And this is a good first delivery up to the new batsman. And Saeed Massam. It's a nice welcome. But again, good to see good standard of wicket keeping here in Portugal. Dinesh saying some Su CR7 celebrations. Oh, and there's a big mix up here, but it's all happening early on in the day. Bit of dew on the ground. And again, a good first over from Manjit Singh. As we get to take a look, obviously every team has played now. Cobra Knights, where they have played 2 more than everyone else. But the table is how it looks at the moment. 3 teams on 4 points. Gamblers SC and Lisbon Capitals yet to get any points on the board. Both teams playing later on today. So all teams with ample chances here of getting some points on the board and moving up that table. But it's going to be hard to continue here. Hit this and hits this well, and it splits the fielder. Gimini's there, and he does well. He's very quick along the outfield. The Duracell Bunny of Portugal. Oh, they're going to come back for the second. It could be close here. It could be suicidal. And we're going to go upstairs early on here. So the limited review system, they decided to take a run on the fumble. And there was certainly a chance of buzzers. But it's a bit of a late call. We're going to go upstairs. Take another look here. Here we go. My first instinct was very, very close. It matter if he takes it clean. I think we could have trouble here. One more. Oh, that's tight. That's very, very tight. You take another look. It almost comes down to which frame you see it here. Outstanding work by the production crew again. You see here. So that frame. The frame's just before there. That's where it's crucial. Be interesting to see what decision's given here. I think it's been given as not out. So again, I think obviously, depending on what frame you look at there, is where you tend to make up your mind. But third umpire, tournament referee Tyron Peters, giving that as not out. But again, outstanding work by the production crew here again in Portugal. Obviously, Ms. Lavier and Daniel doing outstanding work in the sun here today. Bit of a longer day for everyone here. Obviously, 4 games rather than the 2 that we've been used to the last couple of days. And this one, a big swipe. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's well taken by the keeper. So Masam looking a little bit uncomfortable here at the moment. Just looking to get going. This is hit and hit again into the leg side, but straight to Manjit Singh. And they just come through for the single. So my son off the mark. Big into the leg side, and that's going to be the first 6 corridas here in Portugal. And what a way to bring it up, and it's that man Ikram who does so. And Singh just dropping his length here, and it sits up like a peach. It's like taking candy from a baby, and just swings this into the leg side, and that short boundary is taken on with some power as it flies over the stand. 6 runs, 6 of the best. So, need a response now. Certainly looking like we're going to have a very interesting matchup here. Obviously, these 2 teams, some would say, are the 2 likely favourites for the final at the end of this tournament. We're getting an early onset of what is an outlook on a very, very interesting matchup here. Again, looks to go big. It's been called a no ball by the umpire. And it looks like it's for the front foot. And I think the way he's just saying that it is going to be a front foot no ball. So we're going to have a free hit here. Gives the batsman license to go here. And very interestingly, someone mentioned it yesterday and asked the question, it might have been the day before, have we had a scoop shot yet? And I don't think we have had a scoop shot at all. So it's a free hit. Sits back and hits this well. And it's over Gimini, and he's going to go and try and go over there, but he doesn't quite get enough on it. This time it sails over, and it's another boundary. This is a good over for Marlow. Had the license to go, sat very deep in his crease, came across, and slaps this over the infield. And Gimedy, not the tallest of men, but it was a good effort from him. And ends up going for 4. This is a good over for the Marlow Kalanders. 15 coming off it so far. On delivery remaining. Ikram playing a good hand here. 20 off of 9 for him. This is a bit of a full toss. Cloth to the leg side. There's a man there, but he tips it over the bar, and it goes all the way. And it's going to be another 6 corridas here in Portugal. Full toss off the toe of the bat. Doesn't get anything on it. And the man out there, well, that's Mayank Darji. He'll be fuming. He'll be furious with himself. But it's 6 runs, an expensive over, 21 off it. And at the end of the power play, Marlow Kalanders, they are 35 for 2. And you can see that umpire Shub umpiring, signaling the end of the power play there. And early on here, we're going to see the introduction of some spin, and it's going to be the man who does quite a lot for Gorka 11. Suman Gimedy into the attack. And this is a short dart into the leg side. Comes off the pad, and they're going to come through for a leg bye. And a very good morning to Shrug, saying good morning. Fairly even start, but Marlow taking control now. Certainly are. This is a very crucial partnership between these two. And again, hits this well, but there's a man there, but it's not really going to matter. It's flat, it's 6, it's gone all the way. 6 corridas once again here in Coimbra. That drop costing them a lot of money here now. This one flat, hits hard, wide of the long on man, and it runs away, and it's 6 runs. And Gimedy under pressure early on here in his over. This is short, misses out on this one, just lifts ever so slightly off the pitch, and it's going to be given as a leg bye. So Brendan just asking, is this a multi-sport stadium? Well, interesting, this is just a designated cricket ground now. But before it was handed to the Coimbra Knights, it was originally a football ground, so therefore hence the very small square leg or square boundaries. Short again, hit into the leg side, and well, the man long on was slow to react, and he's not going to come round and cut it off. So again, good bit of batting here from the Marlow Kalanders, just proving why they are so favoured here in this tournament. Sensible batting, no risks really taken, and they're going to come through, and it's another boundary, 4 runs. And Vinny Sandu was dropped in the chat saying happy Sunday, Charlie and chatters. Hope you're well, Vinny, taking a well-earned rest. See Super Series coming up. And this one's darted in. And I don't mind this from Gimedy. If he just darts it in. Even though it's obviously off the shorter run-up, it's a quick delivery. Does push it for pace. This is a good length. This is one of those. This is at the length where you're asking a lot of questions of the batsman. Batsman stuck in 2 minds whether to go forward or backwards. It's a good end to the over from Gimedy, but an expensive one. 12 coming off it, and at the end of the 4th, Marlow are 47 for 2. So yeah, so this ground is very picturesque here in Coimbra. Also used to be a football ground, but it's a beautiful, beautiful setting. As we take a look at the stats gun, and once again Adnan, well, not really doing a lot for his team in with the bat. Neither did the skipper Shazad. That man, he's still there. Ahmad Ikram, he's 32 for off of 12. And then bowlers wise for Gorka, we haven't seen this. The skipper, Madhukar Thapa, we haven't seen him yet, but I'm sure we will. But we've got an introduction of more spin, as it's Manjit Singh coming in to bowl the 5th now. And he starts well, and he gets the all-important wicket of Ahmed Ikram, who he has to go, trying to play this right across the line. And that angle coming around the wicket for the right arm off spinner, proving difficult as he grabs another wicket. And the Kalandars are now 47 for 3 in the 5th. You take another look. This was his first wicket. First delivery. Just comes across, pitching outside. And Hamid Ikram trying to go big again into the leg side. Played all round it. And it's another wicket. And the Gorkha 11 taking wickets at vital times here. And Shrug just asking no Conrad umpiring today. Rotation is key, Shrug. So we've obviously got plenty of talented umpires in and around the area at the moment. And the new batsman comes to the crease. So 3 down. And again, just taking wickets at the right time in this T10 tournament, especially in this innings. Perfect start for Manjit Singh, and it's Manjit Singh on strike. He's the new batsman. This is just pushed, and they're going to come through for an easy single. So off the mark straight away is Manjit Singh. This is short and slapped into the offside. The skipper, Tapper, comes around and takes it in cleanly. Very interesting to see, almost 9 times out of 10, skipper always at that cover area. Seen it, obviously, redhead for the Coimbra Knights. And this is just pushed a little bit wider, but it's a dot ball, and Amandeep Singh misses out there. And again a good take from the keeper, Jayesh Poppa. Correction, it's not, that's Rushan Singh with the gloves on at the moment. And this time just pushing and finds the outside edge. Could be close here. And the throw is wayward, makes it a little bit difficult for the keeper. But a good pressure here on the batsman, not allowing anything to come easy, making them work for all of their runs. And at the end of the 5th, at the halfway stage, the Kalandars are exactly 50 for 3. So going at 10s and over, bang on. Extras wise, few wides early on. Going to want to keep them to a minimum now. We're going to see Suman Gimini continue and bowl out his spell. None for 10 off of his first over. And again, in the corridor of uncertainty from Gimidi. Good work again from Singh. And this time it's pushed a little bit too wide, and umpireship signals with the wide. Suman Gimidi, a serious talent here for the Gorkha 11. Wow, and it goes, and it's straight to the man. And he gets the breakthrough, and Amandeep Singh didn't last too long. 2 off of 6 for him, but he has to go. And that's the 4th wicket, and the Marla Kalandars are 51 for 4. Short, outside off, bit of grip as well, tiny bit of turn. And it just goes straight to the man. That deep gully. And it's another one. Another one bites the dust. Kalandars under a bit of pressure here. 51 for 4 now. It just goes again to say Gorkha 11 have just taken wickets at the right time. Haven't really let anyone get comfortable. And Dan actually saying that the Marlow lineup is very long today. Same as can be said for both teams. I think all players here can really you know, if need be, can really swing a bat and can hit a long ball, as it does seem so hard now. Starts with a full toss, and they're always one of the more difficult ones to negotiate. Just finds the leading edge, it's just played into the offside, and they come through for a single, so he's off the mark straight away. So, Syed Massam, 6 off of 9 at the moment. One boundary for his name. Well, it doesn't matter as he gets the breakthrough again. Plays on, trying to sweep, and this time he has to go, and it's another crucial wicket as Massam has to go, and Marlow now 52 for 5. Gimidi just asking questions. This one again, we've seen it a few times here in this tournament. Chopped on, bottom edge, and he has to go. This, and you'd have to say, if you're Marlow, this is a little bit of a disappointing out showing here. And there's certainly support for both teams, for both Gorka and Marlow. Both teams that we've seen numerous times here on the European Cricket Network, and they're providing an excellent encounter early on here. And I can tell you that that temperature is slowly rising, getting towards the 30 degrees now. So the new batsman got 2 balls to negotiate from Gimidi. On fire at the moment. And this one just missing, and this is going to run away. It's going to be given as byes. So not the best of showings there from Gulshan Singh. And it's 4 byes. It was full. It's a bit of a full toss, and it beats everything, goes through the legs. And those are some serious difficult, one of the harder balls to prevent going from any runs for the wicketkeeper. But a well-welcome boundary, and the new batsman Ali Mehdi lets that one go through. And this one, it's a great way to end the spell, and what a spell it was from Suman Gimini after his 2 overs. Finishes with figures of 2 for 12, and after 6, Marlow are 56 for 5. And some of the stats of Gimidi once again, not only with the bat but also showing that he can do it with the ball. So it brings Savad on strike, the left-handed Asim Sawad. And we're going to see Manjit Singh continue, and you can just see that he just likes to bring the ball across the batsman. This time, not going to go across it, it's going to go through. It's going to be a leg side wide. But even to the left-hander, he now comes over the wicket as a right-handed off-spinner. Oh, just as I say that, he's had the change of heart. He's going to continue to come round the wicket here. Big swing from Savar to no success. But it's going to be another wide. So Manjit Singh struggling here. Started the over 1 for 3, but now without a legal delivery, bowled 1 for 5. This stays low again. They're going to come through for a tight single. Could be close, but I don't think he's going to be given. I think he ended up getting home pretty safely. So good running in the end from these two. Got to push these singles hard now. Bit of hesitation early on. Oh, it could be close, that one. Umpire might have just got that one wrong, but I don't think I'm going to get another look at it. But he survives another day. Bit of luck now here for the Marlies. We take another look here. It was a close call, and the stumps are gone, so he survives another day. There's a pause in play, and it is going to be overturned. So the man has to go. An interesting use of the LRS there. I believe it was eventually called upon by umpireship, and they get the wicket. So anybody has to go. And he goes for a golden duck. And things go from bad for worse here for Marlow. And they're now 59 for 6. All happening here in Portugal at the moment here at the FanCode European Cricket T10. Match number 7 here. Marlow under a little bit of early pressure here from Gorka 11 here. And again, outstanding work by all the crew to get that one right. Production crew doing that one well. New batsman into the crease now. It's going to be a dead ball. Going to have to start that one again. All happening here at the moment. And Tyrone Peters on third umpire duties has completed that one well. There's a bit of a pause in play here. I think we're ready to get underway again. And we're going to see Manjit Singh continue his second over here. Clipped into the leg side. It's clipped and not clipped well enough. But if you're the batsman, you're happy that you've not hit that enough. And that's going to come through. And they come through for just the one. So off the mark straight away. That's the keeper, Jayesh Popat. Off the mark straight away, it brings the left-handed Savard back on strike. And again, well bowled from Singh. Getting in on a good line and length. Not really giving them too much space to work with. It's just going to come through for the single. Marlow will feel confident now. If they can get towards 100, they're going to feel confident that they can defend this against Gorka. This one just skidding through as Jayesh Popat trying to play that. Plays around it, gets it all wrong. Again, a warm welcome to anyone who's jumping into the chat. I can see Shrug at the moment as well, and Danish C as well. Hope you're all well. There's a big shout. It's turned down immediately by umpire Buckstoneman. And they're going to come through for the one run. One leg by. Let's take another look here. It's a close call, but I think takes a big step out. I think height is what saved him there. Obviously the spinner's getting a bit of extra bounce as well. This is just dropped and they're going to come through for the single. And that's good running from these two. Not allowing many dot balls. Obviously the one dot ball was the wicket. And that brings us to the close of the 7th. Marlow is 62 for 6. And again, well, if you didn't see the news, let me tell you about this one. Flick the switch to prime time. The European Cricket Championship will be under lights in 2022. So we've adjusted to prime time's showings for both Europe and out in India as well, allowing more viewers to enjoy what is set to be an excellent 5-week tournament starting on the 12th of September, finishing on the 14th of October. And I know there's going to be many returning faces as we get back to live action here. And it's the skipper, Tapper. Well, he does everyone here. And this is going to run away, and it's going to be 4 byes to start with. And Tapper mixing it up early. That's done everything. That's swung away, dipped, full toss. Wicketkeeper just says, well, I don't really know what I was really meant to do there. And it's 4 runs and 4 welcome runs to the Marlow Kalanders. And the Gamblers SC have just turned up. Obviously, they'll be playing in the second game. This is Fuller trying to swing this into the leg side. Comes off the pad and it's just a dot ball. Maheen saying that was bad keeping. I think that's a bit harsh. I think when that ball especially standing up. It's a full toss. It's moving all over the place and dipping. It's not easy. And he's back straight in the game. It's coming across the batsman, and he takes this one cleanly. Kiani saying hopefully being prime time, we'll see more European viewers supporting their country. Hopefully we will. This is short, and this is hit well, and it's another boundary. So Asim Sawad opens his boundary account, and it's cuatro corridas here in Portugal. Tapa, who's usually right on the money, drops this one way too short. Not going to rush him for pace. And he's just going to rock back and hit this into the leg side. 4 runs. So Keanu asking if Marlo and Marlo Kalanas are a different team. They're not the exact same team. Just added Kalanas to the end of the name. And this is swiped and swiped out. There's a man there, but it's going to go through him. So this is a really important over here for Marlo. That's now 12 coming off it. And they now move into 74. It's another 4 runs. Deep in his crease once again. Allows him to get underneath this. Straight to the man, but it goes through. Fuller hit and doesn't hit this well enough, but I think it's going to fly over. It's going to take some catching off, and he doesn't. So it's 3 consecutive boundaries. 4 bars, dot, 4, 4, 4 here in the 8th. And Asim Sawad took a while to get going, but he's going well now. He's racing along here for Marlo. That brings us to the end of the 8th. Marlo are 78 for 6. Just see, obviously, just the worm flattening out in those middle overs. But they're racing along again here, and that was a big, big over with 12 coming off it. And Tapper getting an unusual bit of tap. And we're going to see Raul Kumar coming to the crease, and there's still a little bit of confusion. Marlo and Marlo Kalanders are the same club. It's the same team. They've just added Kalanders to their name. So Jayesh Popat on strike, and then the way that Asim Sawar was seeing it in that previous over, he's just going to want to take a 1 here. Bit of left arm spin, and he gets to the outside edge, and they're going to come through for the single. So that they won't mind that. And it brings the dangerous Asim Sawar 15 off 10 now. Needs to stick in here, needs to stay for the next 11 deliveries. Try and face as many as possible. This is right off the cue end of the bat. And Popat was looking for a single. He gets turned away. Get the pull cue out. That was right off the cue end of the bat. And this one, again, trying to go big into the leg side. They've got the leg side absolutely packed. And this time, it's going to be given. And they're going to come through for the single again. Take another look here. Well, it beats everything. And then comes off the wicketkeeper's pad. So, Rushan Singh, bit of a lapse in concentration there. Cost them a bye. And again, Jayesh Popat this time trying to go big. This is good bowling from Raul Kumar. Well, but this time it's in the slot, and that's going to sail over the boundary, and that's out of the ground. That's 6 corridas here in Portugal. And Popat finally gets one in the arc, and it sails over towards that black car outside of the ground. And a good tidy over from Raul Kumar. Lets one go, and it's 6 and 6 of the best hit. Popat getting in on the action now. One delivery left in the over. Can Raul Kumar drag this one back? It's a full toss. And it's just going to come through. And they're going to come through for the single. So again, another good over here for Marlow. With 9 coming off it. And at the end of the 9th, Marlow were 87 for 6. Helix just says, Charlie, what are the boundary distances? So straight, so obviously behind the keeper, and straight down towards long on, long off. It's 50 meters. And then on the square boundaries, one is 43 correction, and the other is 46. I think the stand is 43. And on the left hand leg side, to the left of your screen, that is 46 meters. But we're going to see here in the 10th over, it's going to be Amandeep Guman to see us out into the end of this innings. With 13 required to reach that coveted 100 mark. And Guman, with the field he's got, needs to put this on the offside. He starts well. This is up in the air. It's got some air time. It's a good tag, and he takes it. So Popat, he has a license to go for it in the last over, but he has to go. He picked out the fielder. And it was a good catch by Manjit Singh coming in from long off. But Popat has to go. 9 off of 8 for him. And another wicket falls, and the Marlow Kalandars are 87 for 7. But importantly for Gorka, it's a dot ball. And Helix is saying, yep, pretty much normal for Asian. It certainly is. Just the square boundaries are just a little bit shorter, as it obviously was, as I mentioned previously, a old football ground. But the new batsman comes in, doesn't even take a guard. He knows what he's got to do. He's there to just swing and hit bombs. He's got 5 deliveries to negotiate here. This is straight, and it might split the fielders as they converge. But when you've got the Duracell bunny out in the deep, it's not easy to get it past him, and they come through, and it's just a 1 run, and it's good fielding by Suman Gimidi. But it brings the dangerous Asim Sarwar, 15 off of 12. He's the in batsman. Well, it's full. It's right in the block hole. It's an absolutely perfect Yorker. And it just clatters into the stumps, and Asim Sarwar has to go. But more importantly for Gorka 11, it's a dot ball in the last. Marlow are now 88 for 8. 8 all around. And this one, right in the block hole. Doesn't get much better than that. Perfect execution, deep in his crease. And he has to go. But he made a healthy contributions with the bat, 15 runs. Only him and one other batsman really getting going here for Marlow. As the new batsman to the crease. He's got to go early here. And goes into the leg side, but there's a man out there. It's Walid Imran. And he feels that well, and it's just the 1 run. So Gondal off the mark straight away, Adnan Gondal. It brings Mian Shahid back on strike. Upin Bharati saying, watching from Nepal. Oh, and this one, not sure if that's clattered into the box. I think he's okay. Doesn't look like he's in any pain, which is always good to see. But it's another valuable dot ball. So a 6 to get to 95 here with the final delivery. And this is into the leg side. There's plenty of coverage out on the boundary. They're going to turn and go for the set. Well, they turn and go, but he's not going to get there. And it's a run out. And it's another wicket. And at the end of the 10 overs, Marlow Kalandars finish on 90 for 9. He was going to go, and I think Man Shahid knew that he wasn't really going to get there. He just stood his ground, but Gondal turned and went, but he ends up getting run out for his troubles. So, an interesting first 10 overs here in match number 7. Marlow Kalandars under par ended up setting 91 for victory. and they'll feel that they've left a few out there for sure. So we take a look at the highlights. Well, the Toon Jagerman at the top of the order, not really getting starts, only getting one run apiece. Najam Shahzad 1 for 3, and Mohamed Adnan 1 for 2. Both batsmen who in the previous games were crucial for the Mala Qalandars. And then Amir Ikram came in and he hit 2 4s and 2 and 3 6s, almost taking the umpire's head off. Shibanand straight into the action straight away. But then there was some tight bowling from a handful of bowlers. Amandeep Gurman, one of them, ending up with figures of 3 for 12 off of his 2 overs. But he was also supported well by Suman Gimedi, 2 for 12, and Manjit Singh as well. So the spin it to win it in the middle. 1 for 8 off of his 2 overs. Plenty of action here in the middle. And Hardeep Singh at the top. But he did get the 1 wicket, but he ended up getting a little bit of tap as well, going for 26 off of his 2 overs. Bowling a few full tosses. He had 2 wides and an oval in his spell as well. Gimedi was the pick of the bowlers for me. 2 for 12 alongside Amandeep Gurman. 3 for 12 off of his 2 overs as well. Don't forget about Manjit Singh as well. He likes that angle around the wicket, and I have to say, sometimes I'm not a fan of it. Takes the LBW out, but in this tournament, it's worked well for him so far. He's proven me wrong. And see there that was a great delivery. Bit of turn, bit of bounce as well. It was edged to the deep gully. And again, we've seen it plenty of times over the last couple of nights. Lots of players chopping on. Bit of another bottom edge. And it flows through to. And then there was a big run out here. And there was a call. He originally turned down, but it went upstairs. And he was just short. He was just by a whisker. And this one again. This was a good shot by one of the later batsmen in the middle order, Asim Savad, providing a little bit of daylight. Hitting 3 4s, 3 on the trot. That was the second one. Got right deep in his crease and was able to split this one away. And then there was one more, and it was another 4 just over the top. And the fielder unable to cut that one off. And then we saw that man. It was Rahul Kumar. Came in towards the end with his 1 over. Went for 8 runs. But then in that final over, it was that man with the celebration to match. Mohamed Adnan was one of his victims. But it was Amandeep Gurman in the final over. Ended up with figures of 3 for 12 off of his 2 overs. Going at just 6s. But more importantly, getting 3 big wickets in his spell. But you can see handshakes all round. But don't go anywhere as Mala Qalandars, they've set Gorka 11, 91 to win. We'll be back in just around 10 minutes. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10. My name's Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, for the second innings of match number 7 between Marla Calanders and Gorka 11. The Marla Calanders, they feel as if they're just a little bit under par with what they've set. They've set 91 for victory here for Gorka 11. And Gorka 11 at the top of the innings, they've got Suman Gimidi, who is a man who is in fine form. He's currently second on the runs list in this tournament, only to Janai Khan. However, Janai Khan has played 2 more innings compared to Suman Gimidi, and Gimidi only needs 2 runs, or 3 runs, should I say, to take over that top spot. Top scorer is 65 not out earlier in the week. Up against the Gamblers. It's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders if the Gorka 11 are going to come away victorious from this game. But a very warm welcome to everyone, whether you're watching around the world on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or if you're watching on FanCode out in the subcontinent in India. A very good afternoon to you, and I hope you're set and ready for what could be another exciting chase. And a good afternoon to everyone in the chat as well. Good morning. Chris Smith getting involved as well. Ian Johns, I should say. Greetings to you. And we're almost ready to get underway, and it's going to be skipper Najam Shahzad opening up for Marlow. And that man again, Suman Gimidi, in on strike as we're pretty much ready to get underway. And it is going to be Najam Shahzad to get us underway here in the response in match number 7. Starts well, and this is just responded and respected back to the bowler. Suman Gimidi just taking a minute just to get himself in, get his eye in. And we know that he's more than capable of going big, going at a strike rate in this tournament. 174. He's already scored or hit 9 sixes in this tournament. And this one is going to come through. It just dies as it comes through off the pitch. And the wicket keeper, Jayas Popat, unable to set this cleanly. And they come through for the first runs of the response from Gorka. And the left-handed Darji now into the crease. Obviously scored 34 last time out. Some big shots from him as well. But he's got a lot of pressure on himself now. Also has a duck in this tournament as well. Bit of a change in field here. The offside is packed, so Shahzad backing himself here to really be able to just hide this outside off. And this has gone up in the air. It comes off the shoulder bat. But there's going to be a... Oh dear, it's all happening here. And he shies at the stumps, and it's a direct hit, and he has to go. So things go from bad to worse for Darji. He has to go for a golden duck. And the Gorka 11, worst possible start for them, 1 for 1. Well, it has to be said that Phil will be happy and glad that it takes a look at the stumps, as this just came off the shoulder of the bat. Didn't go for the catch, and it was a direct hit, and well, it was almost a bit of headless chicken running, really. Wasn't really a call, just ended up going and just kept on walking. But he has to make the long wall back without troubling the scorers. Once again, it's his second dot in this tournament. Darji has to go. One left-hand batsman goes, and another one comes. And the new batsman to the crease. Rahul Kumar. Wow, this is a big wide, and this is going to fly away. And Jayas Popat unable to get anything on this one, and it flies away. It's 5 wides, and it's another, and it's the first boundary here in this response. Not off the bat, but it's 4 runs nonetheless. And you can see there's a few conversations going on between few of the players out there. Shazad under a bit of pressure early on here. Gets this one on the money. Breaks through the gloves of Papa. Good carry on this one, as this flew off of a length through to the keeper. Raul Kumar just taking a little bit of a sighter at these first few deliveries. This is off the pad. And the finger goes. And it's another wicket, and things go from bad to worse to even worse, as Kumar has to go for yet another duck. And the Gorka 11 are 6 for 2. And well, that one, well, the umpiring has been pretty spot on, but I have to say, I don't know if he's got that one right, but he's been given on the field and he has to go. Take another look here. I think instantly that this is pitching outside leg, and it is. Impact also umpire's call. So it's tough on Kumar, but he has to go. And it brings the new man to the crease, and Gorka 11 under instant pressure early on here. And the officials have been pretty much spot on over the last few days. That one's just the first one. Just got that one wrong, but everyone, plenty of cricket still left to come out here. And again, straight on the money. So Najam Shazad closing out a pretty tidy over, just the one boundary off the wide. And Ratul respecting this one at the end of the first. It's all happening. Gorka 11, 6 for 2. So the talk continues in and amongst the European cricket family. 403 matches now without a golden ball. The wait continues. Obviously, the more games you play, the closer we get to a golden ball. However, you just wonder, could we be seeing obviously more games today than we normally have? 4 games here from Portugal. There's a serious possibility that we could see very interesting to see where we can go and if we get an opportunity of a golden ball. But we're going to see it's a good start from Ali Mehdi. And Gimini, he's asking a question. Shub just turns around and says, no, I haven't given it. And I think Gimini looks like he's getting a little bit frustrated here. Early wickets tumbling. Pressure on Gorka now. Wow, what a way to respond. This is short and slapped over the leg side, and it's out of the ground, and it says Corridas. The first 6 here in the response. Ali Mehdi dropping this one too short, and a batsman of Gimini's caliber isn't going to miss out on this one. And he gets punished. Does he have a response in his locker now? It's Fuller, and this is slapped into the offside, but it's great work out in the boundary. Outstanding work to prevent an extra 3 runs. Body on the line. That's the levels that are going to be needed here if they're going to defend a low total of 90. It's a good shot on the drive from Suman Gimidi, but the man out in the deep. Outstanding work. And it brings Ratul on strike. And this is a full toss. Finds the outside edge. It's going to run away to deep third man. And come through for just another single. Down the leg side, and a good take from Popat, one-handed. And it's just going to be a wide delivery. It's going to have to bowl that one again. But again, a very good opportunity to say, if you are watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, do get involved in a live chat. Do subscribe to the YouTube channel. Plenty of cricket over the next 6, 7, 8 weeks. And that's a big wicket. This one coming into the batsman, and Gimli gets done, all ends up. And the informed batsman, one that Gorka 11 have relied on for a few runs, has to go. And the Gorka 11, things go from bad to worse. Now 15 for 3. And this one, as we take another look, comes in. It's just a lack of foot movement, really. Tries to get underneath this one and slog sweep it. But ends up just getting done completely through him. And Gimli, I think he feels that is a big, big wicket. But a good delivery. And Gorka now 15 for 3. Ian Johns saying, what a ball. Absolutely. Done him all ends up. Done him a kipper. And for a batsman of Gimli's talent and skill, it takes a delivery like that. And that's an absolutely outstanding first ball. That's a ripper. Does him all ends up once again. And a good carry through to the keeper. And again, another great wicket and a great over for Ali Mehdi. And at the end of the second, Gorka are 15 for 3. Take a look here at the moment. Obviously, Marlow at the top on net run rate. And a win here could really push them into the top of this table pretty comfortably. We see 4 of the 5 teams here today. See Coimbra Knights. They played 2 games last night, so they're missing out today. And I think this is where a lot of people are noticing the difference in caliber of teams. Obviously, Marlow not posting an outstanding score, but they've got early wickets here, and they're now just pouncing like a lion waiting for its prey. And we're going to see Ali Naki now coming into the attack. And this is onto the pads. Pushes in for pace a little bit. And just blocked into the leg side. 76 required off of 47 balls now. And you can just sense that Marlow, they're up for this one at the moment. Being led outstandingly by their skipper, Najam Shahzad. And now it's an absolute peach of a delivery once again from Ali Naki on an absolute pearl of a line and length, asking many questions of the batsman. He's not equal to it. It's Nazrul Ratul out at the moment, facing up. And this is back of a length this time, giving a bit of width. Doesn't get anything on it. And Ratul eating up a few balls here. And again, pretty similar. This time, just a little bit wider. And again, it's another dot ball here. It's 4 dot balls now. Ratul. And that maiden certainly on. 4 dot balls on the trot now. There's a change in the field. Najam Shahzad just drops into the leg side. Just gives him a little bit more cover. Wow, it's another dot ball. Well, it was until Jayesh Popat took an unnecessary shot at the stumps and ended up coming through for a bite. But again, outstanding delivery from Ali Naki, showing why Marlow are so strong in this tournament early on. And once again, going for a similar delivery. And the wicketkeeper just struggling a little bit. Struggling off this pitch. Not easy to keep on. We saw an outstanding bit of keeping yesterday from the Coimbra Knights keeper. And at the end of the third, after the power play, Gorka struggling, 16 for 3. And at this stage, Marlow 35 for 2 after their power play. So, Marlow just showing at the moment. Showing their talent here on the European Cricket Network. And we're going to see Saeed Masaim coming into the attack now. And again, an outstanding over. The bye coming off it, but no runs against Ali Naki. So none for none off of his over. And again, you can see there at this point, Marlow 35 for 2 after their 3 overs. So Gorka already losing the in-batsman of Gimini, struggling early on here.
Come on, Messi, Shaba boy.
And just pushing for time here, taking their time, getting the field right. Last thing you want in what could be a tight game is to run the risk of any penalty runs. Starts well, but it matched. But Ratul straight to the boot of Maisam. And it's another dot ball. So that's Nazrul Ratul now 1 off of 8. He's munching up deliveries here, absorbing them. Mileage need to join these dots up now. And again, good looking to play this into the offside. Ratul might be in his own head here. 1 off 9 now. And in a format such as T10, dot balls can really kill you. And the run rate now running up into the 11s, 11.25 now required per over. Well, and I think that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise for Gorka, as Nazrul Ratul this time gets a straight one, tries to play it into the leg side, but misses out. Never looked comfortable. He has to go 1 off 10, and Gorka go for 16 for 4. Take another look here, right into the stumps. A good over from Maisam here, on the cusp of another wicket maiden. Shrug saying maybe all the other clubs in Portugal can put an all-stars 11 together and see if they can beat Marlow, because on their own no one seems to be able to get near them. Marlow at the moment proving, while they're so highly held in Portugal, and Saeed Maisam is looking comfortable here with the ball in hand at the moment as the new batsman comes to the crease. In a bit of a sticky situation, Gorka 11. And again, another outstanding piece of bowling. And it's another dot ball. So 4 consecutive dot balls in this over once again. My only concern is how tight they are for time. Obviously pretty early on in the innings, but no use of spinners, so overs just take a little bit longer. Swipes and swipes hard, and this is Going to go, and it's going to run away towards the clubhouse, and it's going to be another 4 runs. A well-welcome boundary. Going to need a few more, our Gorka 11. It's cuatro corridas here in Portugal. And another, this was just pushed a little bit wider. Allowed to give him some space. And ended up flying across this outfield. A luscious outfield here, considering Portugal are in their longest drought ever in history. The outfield looking outstanding, has to be said. Fuller, and again on the drive, straight to the fielder. Could be a chance here of a miss, of a direct hit. Put the dive in. But the dive was certainly necessary, as I think even with that dive, it would have been close. I don't know if he would have made his ground. Dangerous running, but in times like these, they need a few more of those. At the end of the 4th, Gorka is 21 for 4. Shock making a very good point, saying if they bowl them out, time won't matter. It's a very good point, but we get to take a look at the all-important European Cricket Championship coming up in September. 5 weeks of international T10 cricket, the best up against the best. And obviously England, they automatically qualify for Championship week, as they ended up taking the victory last time out. But Group A, that begins on the 12th, and we'll see the European Cricket Network's own Corey Rutgers taking charge of the Spain team. They go against Portugal, the Czech Republic, Austria and Ireland as we go back to live action. And it's Ali Naki continuing here. And uncharacteristically, we get a wide down the leg side. And the man in front of me at long off is Mohamed Adnan. I know that he would have been a little bit disappointed with his performance with the bat. And this finds the outside edge, but bowling to his field. They've got protection up there just for that exact reason, and it's limited to just the 1 run. Again, good to see many people tuning in for some Portuguese European cricket here on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel and on FanCode as well. And Ali Naki leaving in that good area again, and it just flies through to the keeper. And Gorka 11 just looks as if they're just trying to really hit every ball for 4 or 6 here. And when it's a low total of only 91 required for victory, there was really no need for any risks to be taken. Bat on ball. And this is hit into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it. Barely gets out of the 30-yard circle. In fact, it doesn't, and they just come through safely for the single. And Chris Smith saying that's work done. Sunday roast eaten and washing up done. Time for an afternoon of T10. Well, Chris, let me know what your favourite part of a Sunday roast is. And I know there's a few obviously controversial parts of a Sunday roast, whether it should belong in a traditional one or not. And again on the drive. Again missing out here. And it's another dot ball. So again, superb bowling here from Saeed Ali Naki. Only 3 runs conceded off of 1.4 overs from him. Well, this has gone up. There's a man there. And it's been put down again. And I think that, and it's Mayan Shahid in the covers. It's a pretty simple catch to his right. And it's not what Mahler Kalanas would expect of themselves. Put down, it's a chance. And Roshan Singh needs to make them pay. Well, this time trying to play into the leg side. And the drop, it gets put down. But Ali Naki ends up getting his wicket. And he's deserved a wicket, it has to be said. He's bowled exceptionally well for his 2 overs. And you see here, back of a length. Wasn't really going to get up. Stayed a little bit low. It was a short delivery. Trying to swing this into the leg side, but gets nothing of it. And another wicket falls, and that is the 5th wicket. And Gorka 11 are 25 for 5 at the halfway point. And the new batsman comes to the crease. Got a lot of pressure on his arms, on his shoulders, as it's now 66 off of 30. One big over can change it here for Gorka. Certainly got players that are more than capable. As you take a look here, no one getting going. Giving each 7 off 6, and everyone 0, 0, 1, 1, and 7 at the moment for Rushan Singh, the keeper. This goes up again. It's another chance. And he got there and it's put down. It's another drop catch. And Marlow Kalanders, if they're going to boss this tournament, need to be taking all of these half chances. Previous one was a bit of a full chance, but that one, not as easy as it looks. But it's been put down. It's another life. Now this one gets an extra piece of bounce. And they're going to come through eventually pretty safely and securely for the single. And Ahmadullah off the mark straight away with a single. This is going to be called a wide ball. As well, they're controversially, we're looking at coming back for a single, as the ball was thrown back to Asim Savard, who, by the way, he's a very tall man. The throw was very wayward to go over him. And this one off the pads of the keeper, and they're going to come through. And it should just be the one, and I think it is going to eventually be given as buys, and is. Shibanan gives it as buys. 29 for 5 now. Short. Hits this, but doesn't get anything on it, but it gets through the bowler. And I think the bowler would have really been expecting this to come a lot quicker at him. Got right on the splice of the bat. Got nothing really of any serious power on it. Well, this one, things go from bad to worse. This is going to be a no ball. Pitch is off the pitch. And Shibanan raises the one arm for a no ball, and it's given as buys as well. You see here, takes a huge kick off the pitch, and the batsman just goes, well, what was I supposed to do there? And this is big into the leg side. There's a man under it, teasing him again, and it's just going to fly over. So the no ball cost them, and it's a welcome 6 corridas here for Gorka 11. And Ahmadullah gets underneath this. It's a lot of height. Manages to get enough power. It just sails over the boundary for 6 runs. It's a good effort from the man there. And a good comeback from Asim Savard. And it brings an end to a pretty expensive over. It has to be said, 13 off it. Nearly need a 14 and over at the moment, but 13 nonetheless. And at the end of the 6th, Gorka are 38 for 5. Take a look at some of the bowlers here. Wickets all shared around, and Najam Shazad gets another wicket, and umpire gives this one, and he has to go. Buckstoneman raises the finger, and it's another one to go. So Najam Shazad back into the attack and gets the breakthrough straight away. Gorka 38 for 6. Well, that doesn't really get much better. Doesn't get much stone cold dead, really. Hits him on the back pad. Dead in front of the middle stump. And he was complaining, but I don't really understand as to why. That was a good call from Buckstoneman. And rightly given, and he has to go. Checklist was right. Front foot was okay. Pitching impact. Going on to hit. Take another look here. Came in. An impact on the middle and off. And you have to say that that was going to be going on to hit. But it brings a new man to the crease. And a good delivery from Najam Shahzad. I don't know if you can pick that, if that's being picked up on the effects mic. There's an alarm going off somewhere. Doesn't sound healthy. And again, a great delivery from skipper Shahzad. And the new batsman is who's the pick of the bowlers for Gorkha. And this is going to be an inside edge onto the pad, and they're going to come through. Apparently there wasn't any bat, and it's just going to be a leg by. Helix saying, not from your bank, is it, Charlie, that alarm? Well, certainly not. Might be. Never know. This is hit well, slapped into the offside, and he come through for a single. My bank. That's the alarm. I need to go run him. Oh, this one lifts and brings an end to an extremely tidy over from Shahzad, with one run coming off it, the wicket as well. And at the end of the 7th, Gorkha are 40 for 6. And again, we get to take a look at what's coming up after this game. We go straight into match number 8. Mahler Kalanders, they have a double header early on, and the Gamblers SC, they'll be returning, and they'll be looking to make a bit of an upset after losing their first 2 games to Gorkha 11. They're going to try and rebuild as they take on the team who are most likely going to be sat on the top of the table, both points-wise as well. And again, Asim Savar into the attack. 13 coming off of his first over. This is hit well, and that's going to be another boundary. So, Ahmadullah looking comfortable at the crease, and that's a lovely cover drive through the covers, and it's cuatro carridas. Full wide, and this is slapped through, and that races away. That's 4 on any ground. Well, and this time, trying to go into the leg side. It's a big bottom edge onto the pad. Ullah just needs to play to his strengths here. Oh, this time again, trying to pull this into the leg side. But it's just the dot ball. And again, hit this time onto the offside. Well, it was 4 the first time, and this time through the covers. It's over the covers. It's 6 runs and 6 of the best from Ahmadullah. Again, takes a step down the pitch. Good use of the feet. And it sails over the boundary, and it's a lovely 6 runs. And again, in the offside. So, Ahmadullah just proving, don't need to go leg side all the time. The boundary's just as short on the off. And it's consecutive boundaries. 2 full again from Asim Savar, and an end to not a great outing from him with the ball. 27 coming off of his 2 overs. Take a look at the worm there. Never really up to the task where they're losing wickets early. And Ullah has now moved to 23 off of just 11. So good on yet to get off the mark. Face 4 deliveries, but we're going to see Adnan Gondal. And this is a good shot. Hits this well to Mohammed Adnan. And they're just going to come through for the single as it gets Ulap back on strike, who, if he's going to play to his strengths of what we've seen, needs to look to slice this through the infield on the offside. Oh, and tries to get this into the offside, but gets a bit of a bottom edge. And he's lucky that it doesn't chop on. And we've seen that many times here this week. The inside edge runs towards the fine leg. Adnan Gondal looking promising here. Plenty of bowlers in the shack for Marlow here. And this is hit, but it's not hit well. And it's taken safely. It's a good catch over the shoulder. And Gondal gets the breakthrough here. And Gurman has to go. Only the one run for him. And Gorka are now 56 for 7. Right off the toe of the bat. Straight to the fielder, just over his head. And it's a good take over the shoulder. And it's Gondal gets his first wicket here in this match. And new batsman to the crease. That looks like it's Hardeep Singh. Swings early. To no avail. And it is Hardeep Singh who's gone out there. And Chris Smith saying that extras cost them. Have to agree as they looks like they're going to get towards that target of 20, but this will help. This is going to fly away. Another inside edge, and it goes for another boundary. So 4 runs for Hardeep Singh. Doesn't matter how you get them, it's how it goes down in the book, and it's 4 runs. Wasn't a terrible delivery. It was in the block hole. And Gorka 11. And Chris Smith hit the nail on the head, doing the job for me. Even if there was 16 extras less, they would have been chasing 75. So just proving. And a ball, and again, when you've got batsmen at the tail end who can hit this. And we're going to take a look at this one, as there was a signal from the field that it was 4. Again, but it's another healthy boundary. Slapped over the infield. And it was just bounced just before the boundary. And at the end of the 9th, Gorka are 66 for 7. So again, I have to agree with what Chris has been saying. The extras in the first innings from Gorka, bowling a total of 21 extras. You take 21 off of Marlow, would have been a total in the 70s, and well, it would have been tight. But 25 off of 6. And it's that man, Ahmadullah, on strike. Oh, they're going to try and come through, and it's silly running, really. And he's going to be given out. So, Hardeep Singh, interestingly, wanting to get on strike when you've got Ahmadullah, who's 24 off of 12. But Ahmadullah has to go. He wasn't really interested whatsoever, but I think he realised he was going to have to go. And they come through. So it's a wicket here to start the 10th over. And it's Saad Masim who's bowling this final over. And Gorka, they are now 64 for 8. Oh, Hardeep Singh, he's put a bit of pressure on himself now. He's run his partner out. And now, if they're going to get close to this total, he needs to hit some big boundaries. I do apologise, a little bit of a delay in the scorecard on your on-screen graphics, but I can tell you that it's 27 required off of 5 now. Off of 4, correction. And this is just going to be played for a single So it's now 26 off of the 3. Game's all but done now. And the skipper is the man who's gone out to join him. It's Madhukar Thapa, Gorkha 11. Swings this into the leg side. Should just be the one, and it is. Brings Hardeep Singh on strike. 9 off 5 for him. As this game looks like it's going to tail out to what ends up being a pretty comfortable victory for Marlow. Again, proving why some people regard them as the kings of Portugal. Yet to lose an ECN tournament here in Portugal. Slow delivery and straight to the man. And, well, Hardeep Singh, he ran his teammate out. Said, well, let me do it. Ends up falling. And he has to go. It's a good bit of delivery from Saeed Masim. Slower delivery. Could have been left for a wide, but it's straight to the man at point. And it's another wicket. And it's now 66 for 9. So the final man coming in, Manjit Singh. The off spinner. Not really known for his batting necessarily. And Saeed Masim, that's his second scalp in this innings. Let's see if he can take a third. 1 wicket needed now for victory. Played into the leg side, and they just come through for a single. And that's going to be the end of the game. So good bit of bowling from Marlow to restrict Gorkha 11 as they end up taking the victory by a total of 23 runs. And again, just goes to show, extras ended up being the killer for Gorkha. 21 extras in the first innings from the Gorkha 11 bowlers. And we could have had a very tight game on our hands if that was different. But these two teams will be coming back again later today. We have Marlow Kalanders. They'll be taking on Gamblers SC. Let's take a look at the highlights here in the next game. And it wasn't really the best of starts as Mayank Darji alongside Raul Kumar both getting ducks. And that one was a very interesting first over from Najam Shahzad. And then this one was given as an LBW, and you have to say that it's one of the ones that the umpire might have got wrong there, pitching outside leg. But nonetheless, Gimidi hitting 1 boundary, 1-6 in his total of his innings. Ends up being the leading run scorer in this tournament. But it wasn't enough for his team as he ended up getting bowled by Ali Mehdi. A good delivery, a corker of a delivery to get an absolute outstanding batsman out. But he had to go. And then from there, it didn't really seem as if they had much of a chance, with Walid Imran getting bowled. 1 off 5 for him. And Nazrul Ratul, 1 off 10, eating up a bunch of deliveries, which is not what you want in this format, has to be said. There was some good hitting from Ahmadullah, who, I have to say, I thought was the most promising with the bat, hitting some lovely cover drives through the covers, both through and over the covers, going into out. Then it was in this over where he took charge. That was over the leg side, so proving him coming in at number 7 might be a little bit of a waste there, down in the bottom of the middle order. As you see here, and again another great bit of bowling from that man, Najam Shahzad. He had a wide in his first over that went for 4, but he ended up bringing it back, and off of his 2 overs ended up with figures of 2 for 6. And also Saeed Masim, 2 for 8 off of his 2 overs. However, Asim Savad, who was promising earlier on in this tournament with his leg spin, or his left arm spin, this time gets a bit of the treatment, going at 12.5 and over, 25 off of his 2 overs without a wicket. But they fielded well, only a couple of missed chances. There was a half chance that was missed, but overall there was pretty good fielding. And then this was an interesting one as the in batsman was run out by the new batsman. And if I was Ahmadullah, I wouldn't be happy with that. And then Hardeep Singh, well, he ended up getting out pretty cheaply just a couple balls later and wasn't able to get anywhere near the total. So that brings us to the close of match number 7. And Mala Kalandars beat Gorkha by 23 runs. But don't go anywhere, as we'll be back very shortly for match number 8, where we'll see Mala Kalandars. They'll be taking on the Gamblers SC selected 11. And Mala Kalandars have won the toss and they'll be batting. Don't go anywhere, as you are watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here on the European Cricket Network. And a very warm welcome back to sunny Portugal here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo in Coimbra. You join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for match number 8 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 Portugal. We're going to see Marla Calanders off the back of a comfortable win. They are back in the middle as they take on Gamblers SC, yet to get a victory on the table. They'll be looking to make an upset here as Marla Calanders looking very comfortable at the moment at the top of the table. 6 points then for them, 6 points from a possible of 6 points. And they've got to face the tricky Parveen Singh. There's a change at the top as Amir Ikram is going to be opening with Mohamed Adnan. Obviously Marlo winning the toss and deciding to bat. Obviously getting bowled out. They went bowled out, but after their 10 overs, finishing on just 90. So obviously backing their bowlers to defend anything they set. We're ready to get underway, and it is going to be Parveen Singh to get us underway here as we're about to get underway here in match number 8 here in Portugal. And hits this into the leg side. There's a man there. It's Ankush Kumar. He's going to come round. It's going to be a single to get us underway here. And again, gives me a chance to say a very warm welcome back to everyone in the YouTube chat. Whether you're watching on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or over on FanCode in the subcontinent in India, a very good afternoon to you. Plenty of cricket coming your way. This is match 2 of 4. And this is hit well. And he starts off with a bang as Adnan looks to make an improvement of what happened last game. And he starts well. 4 runs to the total. It's a slot delivery. And Parveen Singh not getting the same movement as he was last time around 2 days ago. Gets a bit of punishment early on. And flashed hard, but it's straight to the man. So it's 4 and out for Mohamed Adnan. As he hit this well, don't think he's hit a ball much cleaner than this, but it's straight to the man on the boundary. I believe that's Amandeep Kokada on the point boundary, straight to him. And he has to go. And Marla Calanders once again losing a wicket early, 5 for 1. A great take on the offside boundary. It was flat, it was hard. Just straight to him and it just stuck in his hands. And Adnan has to go 4 off of 2. You can see that, top of your right screen, a change in the on-field officials as we've got Faf Stoneman making his ECN umpiring debut. A more than talented cricketer. He's a staple in the Portuguese national selection. Represented Portugal out in Belgium. Obviously played in the Iberia Cup as well. He was the keeper in the Iberia Cup all those years ago on the European Cricket Network. I believe that was 2019 that tournament took place. But he's back on our screens again here now. And new batsman, Najam Shahzad, just plays this into the leg side. And he's off the mark straight away with a single. So Mohamed Adnan, not the start to the tournament that he would have wanted. He got a good start in the first 2 games, but matches 3 and 4 for Marlo, not coming off at the top of the order whatsoever. But Shahzad, he's off the mark straight away with a single. He brings out Ahmed Ikram back on strike. Big swing. He was given the license as it was a wider delivery, and it is signalled wide by umpireship. That's an outstanding delivery to Ikram. And Manjit Singh just showing he got it for a outstanding boundary early on. However, this time he's managed to get a good comeback here over the last 2 deliveries or so. As there's just a wait in play, as it's just an issue with the scoring, but I think we're ready to get back underway pretty much straight away. And this is hit into the ground, straight into the leg side. Could be close with a direct hit. Lets it go. It would have been close. Good fielding from that man again, Ankush Kumar. And that's going to bring us to the close of the first over. And after 1, Marlow 8 for the loss of 1. And again, a warm welcome to everyone in the YouTube chat. It's a pleasure to have you alongside me, keeping me company here in Portugal. Just myself, Charlie Hunt, here in the comms box here. And I believe this is going to be Nitin Kamboj. It is. So Kamboj into the attack now. With a left arm again. So 2 left armers at the top of the innings for the Gamblers. And the Gamblers, well, if they can make an upset here, you can see there, computer isn't really putting them with any chance here. But you just never know. Well, not the star that he would have wanted. And Ahmed Ikram hits this huge over the leg side. And it saves corridas here in Coimbra, and the Marlow Kalanders with a well-earned boundary. And Kamboj, not the star that he would have wanted. It's a hit-me ball. It's a Gundy ball. And it gets the treatment that it's deserved. And Ikram looking in fine form here early on for the Kalanders. There's a lot of noise in the field for the Gamblers SC. And Kamboj really needs a response now. It's a wide down the leg side, and it's going to beat the keeper as well. But the man who's almost in has a backstop. And they come through for wides off of the wide ball. So let us know where you're watching from. If you're watching on the YouTube chat, you can see there's plenty of people in there. I can see RPO Raz alongside Shark Helix as well. Chris Smith as well. Always appreciate all of your inputs. Any questions, do get them in. Shazad on strike, hits this well. Straight to Kamal Sharma. And they come through for a quick single. Good running, good intent from these two here. Oh, the Kalanders going to be looking to get above that 120 mark, as that is what I believe to be par, but we haven't really seen many scores get there so far. This is a slower delivery and well adjusted by Ikram. He picked it early, decided not to go for the big shot, just respectfully plays this back to the bowler, and it's met with the full face of the bat. Fuller and slashed hard. It gets through the man in the covers. And then Kamal Sharma comes through and it collects it. But it's just the 1 run, so it doesn't cost the man anything. If anything, he would have certainly saved 3 runs, preventing a boundary. As it's Jitesh Kumar Krishna in the covers. The skipper losing the toss, being put out to field. That's a good shot from Shazad. Could be close here. I don't think he's taken it cleanly there. But it's good pressure but good running as well from Najam Shahzad. He set off early. I think he only realised halfway down that he had to sprint. And he ends up getting home pretty safely. Doesn't run the bat in though, so he's got to be careful. Obviously, Kamboj didn't take it cleanly. But you never know next time around. Could be costly. Full again, and this time squared it into the leg side. And again to the fielder. They just come through for the 1 run. Only the 2 dot balls on the first 2 overs, and at the end of the second, Marlow are 20 for 1. So that means we can take a look at the updated standings now. So Marlow 3 from 3, 6 points on the table. Gamblers yet to get any points on that table. Not yet to get off the mark. Coimbra Knights going second with 4 points. Matching Gorka, but Gorka will be returning as they take on the Lisbon Capitals later on this afternoon. Going into this evening, obviously this is the night series, but with the crew out in Italy obviously taking a break, with the Super Series beginning tomorrow, we will see where we are able to bring you 4 games today. So plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And I know those out in Rome are taking a well-earned break today, enjoying the heat this time rather than melting in it as they continue their great workout in Italy. And this time, as it is, Manjit Singh continuing here, and they find the outside edge of Ikram and they run around for a single. So brings the skipper Shahzad back on strike. Made 43 in the previous game against the Coimbra Knights off of just 16 deliveries. So a man who we've seen plenty of times on the European Cricket Network, capable of great things with the bat. 43 not out against the Coimbra Knights. He scored 225 runs in last year's tournament with 4 not outs as well, averaging just over 22. Ikram advances right off the splice of the bat, and he come through and end up coming safely through for the single. I'm liking the intent from Marlow here. They know an accumulation of dot balls can change the game and really swing the balance of the game early on. So just rotating the strike, not letting anyone get comfortable in the field. This is Fuller again to the man, and interestingly so, it looks like Ankush Kumar might be carrying a bit of an injury as he's unable to really release the ball and give it a proper throw into the stumps. So again, always coming through for the single, and to no surprise he is swapped out. So he must be carrying a bit of an injury as he's swapped out, and there's a new man now at the mid-wicket. Very conventional mid-wicket as well. Manjit Singh to continue on here. Well, this time he's been slapped back over his head and it flies over the long off boundary, and it's another 6 corridas here in Portugal, and Ikram looking to go big once again. It was a pretty slot delivery. It was right in his arc. He doesn't mind going through the line of the ball. That's exactly what he did there as he now moves along to 18 off of just 10. And he's looking in fine touch out in the middle at the moment. It's a slower ball, and it's a well executed slower ball. And Ikram getting that one all wrong, but he survives. And at the end of the power play, Marlow going at 10s, 30 for 1. You see here after their 3 overs, going at 10 and over, getting 8 in the first, 12 off of the third, and then going well in that over with 10 coming off it. But interesting so, an interesting stat, over the last 3 overs in the power play, only 2 dot balls for Marlow. And I think that's just the difference in abilities and quality if we're going to be harsh on some of the batsmen participating this week. Is you just feel that if you get stuck down with a few dot balls, it really does change the game. This is hit and hit well into the leg side as Shayadur Rahman comes into the attack. And Najam Shazad just pushes this into the leg side. So he's going at runnable 6 off 6 at the moment. Just letting Ikram do the big hitting. And rightly so, as he's seeing it like a baseball. He's hitting it like a baseball player, right off the middle, like a football at the moment. And goes again. This time doesn't hit it as well. It's flat, but it's one bounce into the arm of Parveen Singh. And it's a good bit of fielding as they just come through again for 1 run. And there's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment. It's most we've seen pretty much over the last few days. But still, when you're out there, I have to say I feel for the umpires. All black. Very, very warm. This has gone high. It's an opportunity. The keeper's put his name under it. Well, he's got it all wrong. Never looked comfortable. He called it early. And it's a chance that goes begging. And it's Najam Shazad who lives another day. Went straight up the bat. You can see there he took his hat off, but I just wonder. That was the best idea, as he ended up completely misjudging it. And Rahman not impressed whatsoever. Rexy here with an interesting comment. Just telling us where he's watching from. Gives us a good rundown. I hope you're well. Enjoying the cricket, Rexy. This is Fuller, and he's punished into the leg side, and he does get there. So he goes with the foot, and the boot of Parveen Singh saves them 2 runs. And there was an interesting conversation about foot fielding that we had around the ground yesterday. And obviously, a lot of these players originating from, you know, the likes of India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, obviously playing on pitches that weren't really filled with much grass, with a lot of dirt, not willing to dive and, you know, injure themselves. As this is a slower ball, and he's lucky as it just finds the outside edge. It's going to run through for the 1 run. And going back to what I was saying, it is interesting to see that even on a luscious outfield here in Coimbra, that they don't really go for much diving whatsoever. It's just what they've grown up playing on the dirt pitches all around. But it's Ikram on strike now, 19 off 12 for him. Goes deep in his crease, and it's gone high again. This time the bowler's put his name under it, and he takes the catch. So Ikram has to go for 19 off of 13, and Shayadur Rahman saying, well, if you want things being done properly, you've got to do them yourself. And he takes a good call and bowled. And the Kalandars, they are now 37 for 2 at the end of the 4th. Goes deep in his crease again, trying to go big into the leg side. Gets this one all wrong, and it just goes sky high. And Rahman takes it pretty comfortably. And the new batsman, Adnan Gondal, makes his way out to the crease. Not that much of a long walk, really, from where the players are situated in the stand. I get to take a look at the schedule over the next few weeks. So 1 more week of the Italian summer with Super Series coming up. And then we go to Germany, we go to Dresden, and then 2 weeks in Krefeld as well. And then we're going to Belgium. We're going to Brussels on the 29th of August for 2 weeks. And then on the 12th of September, the European Cricket Championship gets underway. And I'll be alongside Vinny Sandhu in Belgium. Thoroughly looking forward to that one. But I've got a job to do here at the moment, as we're now going to see Jay Prakash coming on to the attack for the Gamblers. One of the best club names I've heard in a long time. Well, starts full in the slot. and it's not being punished by Najam Shazad. So he takes over from the big hitting of Ikram, and this is another 6 corridas here in Portugal. Jay Prakash, not the star that he would have wanted. Slot delivery, and a batsman such as Najam Shazad is not going to miss out on an opportunity there to take on the leg side boundary. Full toss this time, and played. It could be close with a direct hit. He had one stump to hit, and this time now they will turn around and go, and they eventually come through. After all of that kerfuffle going on out in the middle, they end up coming through for the single correction. It's not Adnan Gonda, let's side Maisam coming out to the crease now. Adnan Gonda with 10 inside Maisam, 110 on his shirt. Starts well straight to the fielder. This time gets the direct hit with one stump to aim at. That's the skipper, Jidesh Kumar Balkrishna, setting the standards here for the Gamblers SC. You see here, and he just gets his bat down in time. There's a good throw from the skipper, and it's a dot ball. And again on the drive is Maisam, and eventually will get off the mark. A bit of a lurkers call out. Let us know where you're watching from in the YouTube chat. Plenty of viewers all around the world. European Cricket Network is growing day in, day out. And it's reach around all corners of the world. Let us know where you're watching from. Well, this is a good delivery from Prakash, right in the block hole, and Shazad just digging this one out. And end up getting a single as well, which is a bit of a bonus. But yeah, let's have a lurkers call out. I want to know where you're watching from. Myself, Charlie Hunt here in the commentary box for the European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from. This time it's another full toss, but this time finds the outside edge of Maisam. And they come through for the single. And that brings us to the close of the 5th. And at the halfway stage, Marlow, 47 for 2. So, Ahmed Ikram at the top, 19 off of 13 for him. Hit a few big boundaries. However, ended up skying one right in the air. And Rahman, after getting a similar sky up, dropped by the wicketkeeper. Turned around and said, right, well, I'll do it myself. And with that wicket, he is going to continue on here as we go into the 6th over. Starts with a peach of a delivery, teasing him, pulling him into the drive. Maisam doesn't get anything on this one, and it flows through to the keeper, Kuldeep Golia. And Kuldeep Golia will have a job to do at the top of the order with the bat later on for Gamblers, depending on what total gets set. It's the joys of European cricket. Anything can happen here. Well, this stays low, and a big appeal, but umpire Faf turns around and says not out. Stayed low, certainly was only just on the pad, but I think impact pitching outside leg as well. That certainly was. I think it was going on to hit the stumps, however, impact and pitching outside leg. Good call from young umpire Faf Stoneman, that the son of Buck Stoneman, who was umpiring in the previous game. But this is short on it, the splice of the bat, and they turn around and come through again for another single. So we're now into the 6th over here. Only 5 dot balls. 5 dot balls in 33 deliveries is pretty outstanding, especially when you had the power play to deal with. Nudkate says hello. And this has gone high, but the only field is really on the leg side to roll out on the boundary. So he gets away with this one. does Massam. So Nad Kate saying, hello, very good afternoon to you. Let us know where you're watching from. I want to know. And if you've got any questions, do get them in as well. Let us know what you're having for lunch all around the world, breakfast or dinner. And Shahzad again, frustrated with himself, doesn't get anything on this, and it's just dragged into the leg side for another 1 run. As we nearly approach the hour mark, nearly 2 o'clock here. And it brings Saeed Massam back on strike. It goes big into the leg side. There's a man there, but it's not going to matter as that flies over and it hits the top of the stand, and it's another seis corridas here in Portugal. Massam gets his account open with the bomb onto the leg side. It's a slot delivery in the arc, and he's not going to miss out. Big shot into the leg side, and what a way to finish the over. And at the end of the 6th, Marlow are 55 for 2. I think that should be 57 for 2, and it is. There we go. And we're now going to see Ranjit Narayan coming into the attack for the Gamblers with his bit of up and down, taking a good amount of wickets in his time. Oh, this is an inside edge onto the pad, trying to take into the leg side and sail over the boundary, but doesn't get this one right at all. Mistimes it. Well, this time does get all of it, and it's going to sail over, and it's going to be another maximum, and it's 6 runs again here for Marlow Calanders, and the skipper Najam Shahzad looking comfortable at the crease. And Ranjit Narayan getting a bit of treatment early on here, putting the ball in the slot. Well, Narayan's career on the European Cricket Network, he's played 18 matches, he's bowled 28.3 overs, and he's got 15 wickets to his name, so certainly capable with the ball. This is the quicker one, and it's a good take from Kuldeep Golia, and it's a good comeback as it's a dot ball to return. And Shahzad now 27 off of 17. And again into the leg side, but he's not got all of this. There is a man out there, and it's straight to him. And once again, the experienced Ranjit Narayan gets the breakthrough. And it's another wicket, and the Marlow Calanders now 63 for 3. Looking to go big into the leg side once again. And doesn't get all of it. Bit of a cloth off the end of the toe end of the bat. And it's going to go. So he has to make his way back to the dugout. And the skipper, 27 off of 18 deliveries for him. And Marlow not looking so comfortable now after losing a few wickets here. And speaking of lunch, just had my delivery from Bucks. Not only is he an umpire, he's helping out as well. He's brought me an absolutely incredible platter. So a huge thank you to everyone who's arranged that. Got some interesting sandwiches and some nibbles as well. So, and I know there's no chilies in that, so no issues there. There's an outside edge, and they're going to come through, and it's eventually. Well, he wants to come back for the second, but he's run back so far past the keeper's end. He's almost run 2 on his own anyway. So Manjit Singh living life on the edge early on here. It's a shorter delivery, this time straight back to the bowler. And it's a good over from Ranjit Narayan. And at the close of the 7th over, Marlow are 64 for 3. So there you go. You can stay up to date with all of the latest news and anything that's going on around the world on the European Cricket Network. Take a look at all of our socials: Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and also TikTok. Be interesting to see how many of our viewers do use TikTok, but also we've got a Telegram channel as well. So get your camera out, scan the QR code, and get yourself into the Telegram group. But we're going to continue here, and it's Kamal Sharma into the attack. This is clipped into the leg side. It's a no run. A good start from Kamal Sharma. Being well looked after here by everyone in the clubhouse and everyone helping out around the ground. I think I don't know what this has come off. I think I heard a big clunk, so I feel like this might be off the helmet. And they've now just got to check and make sure that he's okay. It certainly was off the helmet. It looks like he's okay. And he ends up coming through and they take the single. And another outside edge, this time straight to the man. And it's another wicket. So Saeed Masam couldn't really get going here. Never looked comfortable. Sharma gets another wicket to his name. It's his first wicket in this game. It's another one to fall, and Marlow, they are now 65 for 4. It's again on a good line of length. They're coming across and away from the batsman. Makes it a little bit harder to get into the arc. It just flies straight to the man. Much to the joy of Kamal Sharma. But Masam never really looked as if he was very comfortable out in the middle. He brings the left-handed. The left-handed Asim Savar out to the crease now. He's more than capable of hitting some big shots. Goes for one early. This time it's going to come off the wicket keeper, and they're going to come through for the bye. And now, obviously, the right-hand, left-hand combination just causes a few little issues for the fielding team. Well, this is a full toss, clipped into the leg side. There's a man there, but it's going to sail over his head, and it's going to be signalled a 6 corridas here in Portugal. And Manjit Singh getting in on the action now. It's 2 full from Sharma. It's a full toss off the pads, whipped away, 6 runs and 6 into the stand. Moving about of his crease. Makes Sharma adjust, gets a bottom edge, and it's going to come through for a single. But again, a decent over from Marlow with the boundary coming off it. So 9 off the over, and after 8 overs, Marlow are 73 for 4. Take a look here at the worm at the moment. It's just been on a steady rise, really. They've managed to keep the run rate consistently up. Obviously 2 overs remaining. Again, going to be looking to get towards that 100 mark, and anything above that, well, it's a bit of a plus, really. And the new bowler, Ankush Kumar, back into the attack. Well, this has gone high. Don't know if it's got the legs on it. There's a man there. Well, he gets a hand on it, but it's going to sail over. He's palmed it over the bar, and it's gone all the way. It's another 6 corridas. And Manjit Singh looking good out there at the moment. It had a lot of height on it. It had snow on it after it came down from the hills. But it ended up flying over, and it's 6 runs, and it's another boundary. Well, again, looks to go big, but he's not got enough on this. There's a man under it, and he's going to take it. So, Manjit Singh gets a few boundaries to his name, but he has to go, trying to go for 1 too many. 2 sixes for him, but he has to go 15 off of 8. A good, helpful, handy runs for Marlow, getting them up towards near the 80 mark now. But it's a good catch again. Out in the middle. It's not easy out there to keep the concentration. It's only in this short format, but the heat certainly takes it out of you. And the new batsman to the crease now is Ali Mehdi. He's got 9 deliveries to face. Marley now 79 for 5. Again, you have to say that the Gamblers have just been taking wickets at the right time, but they're going to need to bat sensibly if they're going to have a chance here. Marlow, their tails will be up. This is full. There's a man under it, and he takes it again. So it's 2 and 2 for Ankush Kumar, and it's that man in front of me. Ranjit Narayan takes the catch straight up in the air. Ali Mehdi not wasting any time, and we've got another opportunity of a hat-trick here. Got another opportunity here. 2 and 2. And it's the wicketkeeper coming out now. Jayesh Popat. So we had a hat-trick earlier. Taj Mohammed ended up with figures of 4 for 2. You can take a look here. That's what's been going on at the moment. The 2022 Hall of Fame. We're waiting for the 18th. We had the 17th earlier this week. Taj Mohammed 4 for 2 off of 2 overs. But we've got an opportunity here now. Got an opportunity here now. Ankush. Ankush Kumar on a hat-trick. And it's played well by Popat into the leg side. And they were thinking of going for the second, but they turn around.
Lefty, lefty, lefty.
And they come through for the single. And this is hit again to the man, and he takes an outstanding catch. So it's not quite the hat-trick, but it's the ball after, and it's that man again. Ranjit Narayan, low to his left, has to put the dive in, but he manages to hold on, and Asim Sawal has to go for another duck. And it's again a great over from Ankush Kumar. He's the man that the Gamblers seem to turn to when they're in need of a few wickets, and that's the 3rd to full, with 7 coming off of that over. And at the end of the 9th, Marlow Kalanders are 80 for 7. And brings batsman, as that was the end of the over. So the new batsman is Adnan Gondal, who joins Jayesh Popat in the crease. And then we're going to see Jay Prakash. And what an over that was. Again, it's the 3rd time we've seen 3 wickets tumbling in and over. It's the 2nd we've seen it without a hat-trick. So that over, dot 6, wicket, 1 wicket. A great over from Ankush Kumar. But Jay Prakash now, this is a full toss. It's come off something. I think it's come off the elbow, and I think he might be in a bit of pain here. Might be a bit of the funny bone. He's rubbing it. I think he's in a bit of pain here, so we might see the introduction of the magic spray. He's in a serious amount of pain here. He's hunched over. I think it caught him right on the end of the elbow. As it looks like there's going to be a bit of a break in play here. I think he's okay. And you can see there, stronger together. That's what we stand by here. And even though they're playing against each other, there's a good sense of togetherness around cricket here in Portugal and all around Europe, it has to be said. And again, what an over that was, as the magic spray is coming out. The infamous magic spray here on the European Cricket Network. Ankush Kumar. Outstanding bit of bowling from him. And again, gives us an opportunity to take a look at what we've got coming up. The Super Series next week, starting tomorrow night. And we've got the 5 confirmed teams: Albano, Fresh, Tropical, Gina Brescia, Cricket Stars, alongside Roma CC. They will be taking on each other in the final week to declare the winner, who will take Italy into the European Cricket League, the ECL, coming up next year, 2023. But we're all set to get back underway as the keeper batsman Jais Papat looks as if he's okay. Bit of pain, but nothing that a bit of magic spray won't help. And I think we're ready to get back underway here. It's going to be Adnan Gondal on strike. This is Fuller off the pads. And this time they're going to come through for a leg bite. And again, left hand, right hand combination, just proving a little bit tricky to deal with. This time under the bat. So it's good bowling from Jay Prakash here in the final over of this innings. Pushes it outside the off stump. There's plenty of protection out on the offside. And again, outstanding death bowling this, trying to hook this into the leg side. There's no one really on the covering the main area. There's a huge gap between. There's a fielder at long on and then deep square leg, but deep mid wicket. It's all very vacant. No one there. This is a full toss. There's a man out there. Deep square leg, but it's just going to be one bounce, and they're going to come through for the single. But this is a great last over from Jay Prakash. Just 3 runs off it so far. 1 delivery remaining. Marlowe again struggling with the bat here today. And we've seen scores earlier on in this week of 100, 130 plus, but struggling to get up there yet. Final delivery here, and it's Gondal on strike. But it's Fuller. He's hit this well. It might end with a boundary, and it does. It splits the 2 fielders. So a pretty special way to end the innings for Marlow Calanders as they finish their turnovers on 87 for 7. And again, it's at the pretty similar level as to where they were last game. Just 3 runs difference, but they're going to be backing themselves to defend their total. As we're going to see the Gamblers SC, well, they'll be taking them on in just a few moments' time. But we get to take a look at the highlights of the first innings of match number 8. And you can see the openers, well, they didn't start as best as they could. Ahmed Ikram, 19 off 13 for him. He had 2 sixes to his name. And then Mohamed Adnan, well, he went 4. And then he was caught out. He ended up going very, very next ball. But there were some big hits from Ahmed Ikram at the top of the order. 2 sixes for him, 146 strike rate. And then after that, Najam Shahzad, well, he looked pretty comfortable. 27 off 18 for him. Just the 2 sixes for him, and that's the only boundaries he scored. But he was really good at changing and rotating the strike. Very rare that he faced a dot ball, and that's why he ended up with a strike rate of bang on 150. But he hit 2 bombs, but eventually he ended up getting him. But then there's also some big hits from Manjit Singh as well, and Saeed Massam as well, going into the leg side. It's no surprise that they like to take on that leg side boundary. But that man there, that was the second 6 for Najam Shahzad. However, this one didn't get all of it. It was clothed into the leg side, and it was a good catch from Parveen Singh, correction. It was a good catch. And then again, there was another one. This one was just an outside edge to man on the 45 on the angle. But then this was the over, and he started with a 6. However, he ended up bringing it back as he went wicket, wicket, 1 wicket. Ankush Kumar finishing with incredible stats of 3 for 7 off of his single over in this game. But what an over it was. It has to be said that without that over, then it would have been a bit of a tricky total for the gamblers to go ahead and attack. But it was great work by Ranjit Narayan, both in the field, 2 catches. One was a lot harder than the other, both not easy to take, and then with figures of 1 for 7 as well. And that was one of the best catches that we'll see in a while. The veteran getting down low to his left, and it was a good catch to take it cleanly. And then Jay Prakash in the final over, and what a final over it was, only going for the 1 boundary. He ended up only going for 7, as at the end of their 10 overs, Malé Qalandars are 87, and the Gamblers, they've been set 88 for victories. But don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in around 10 minutes or so, and you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal with me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Welcome back to el Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra in the centre of Portugal, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, as we're ready to get underway for what could be a big opportunity of an upset here for the Gamblers SC. And the opening pair for the Gamblers is no shock that we're going to see that man at the top of the order, Kuldeep Golia. There's going to be a bit of pressure on him if with this short, not massive total that they've got to go ahead and chase down. It's going to be interesting to see how they take on the forceful bowling attack of the Marlow Calanders. And again, a warm welcome to everybody, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A very good afternoon to you. Hope you're all well. As ready to get underway in the response here in match number 8. This is into the leg side, and they're going to come through. It's a shot at the stumps. It's off the pads, and runs on the board straight away. A very good afternoon to James Stewart in the chat, and Musumi as well, saying hello. I hope you're all well. Plenty of cricket for all viewers around the world. 7 days on the trot with at least 4 games a day. It's broadcasted on our YouTube channel and on FanCode. So a good selection here. And Manjit Singh at the top of the order here. And just plays this into the offside. That's the first runs off the bat here for Gamblers SC. So once again, a huge thank you to everyone for joining myself on YouTube and around the world, as myself here, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network in Coimbra, enjoying some outstanding and exhilarating T10 cricket. The action doesn't stop here after this game. We take a little bit of a break, but then we go into the evening matches, where Lisbon Capitals will be featuring in both of them in a doubleheader for them. This is short, and this is clipped off the leg, off the hip. And that man, Kuldeep Golia, opens his account and opens with a juicy boundary, and it's 4 runs to the total. And 4 runs here for the Gamblers. Just dropping his length a little bit did Najam Shahzad, the skipper, leading from the front. And Kuldeep Golia has an answer to his delivery there. Very powerful off the pads and off the hip. Just lets this one through, and it's a dot ball. So just taking a look there, one thing I do like to see is what's interesting about Kuldeep Golia is the way that his stance and just everything about the way that he approaches the ball. He has his hands very, very low, so and we've seen that he's very powerful on the drive. You see here, see how low he stays. And again, this time into the leg side, doesn't get all of it. And that's collected by Asim Sabad, and they come through for the single. And again, good to see IPL Raz in the chat as well, and Chris Smith as well. A very good afternoon to you. And we appreciate you coming on and joining us here for the FanCode European Cricket T10 in Portugal. Well, this is a good bouncer. He was winding up, was Manjit Singh. I think he's just been put at the top of the order, and he's been given a license to go from the off. But this one surprised me a little bit. It's a good bouncer from Shahzad. But they come through safely for the single. And that's going to bring us to the close of the first. Right up with the run rate pretty much from the off. And at the end of the first over, Gamblers are 8 for none. So there we go. We've got another match without a golden ball. We're now into 404, and I said it the other night, I have a feeling that we're going to be waiting until we get to the 420, 430 mark. But again, the more cricket you play, the more chances of getting a golden ball. But it is incredible to see that it's been, what's that, nearly 3 months now since a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. I remember the very first one out in Alicante Sporting, out in the Woodbridge Oval, up in Alfaz. And speaking of which, a very good luck shout out to my local team, La Manga Torrevieja. They're playing Sporting Alfaz in a must-win game up in the league, in the 40 over league. But back to the action here, and Ali Naki starting us off here, and it's getting a dot ball to start. And it certainly is clear to see that Parvin Singh has just been sent in there to really go from the off, which I don't mind. It's a good move from the Gamblers. They have got batting to come. But when you're facing a bowling lineup such as the one from Marlow, well, this is a lovely shot, but the fielder's equal to it. I believe that is Asim Sabad again. It's a long way up. It's a long way down for him. It's a tall man. They come through for the single, and it brings Golia on strike. I think Golia, if Gamblers are going to have a chance of causing an upset here, he needs to bat all the way through. Even if he goes at a runner ball, as long as he can bat all the way through and provide that anchor roll, it's overlooked very often. It's very often overlooked in T10. If he can do so, there's an appeal. Umpire Faf has no interest. I think the big noise was very clearly bat on ground, but a good call from umpire Faf Stoneman. Take another look here. And he was very late on it. You can see he knew instantly that it was bat on ground, so a good call from umpire Faf. Again, Faf played obviously a Portuguese national player. And this coming off of a length from Ali Naki, and Kuldeep Galir just saying, okay, well, I have to remember that this pitch is misbehaving ever so slightly, and has done over the last couple of days. We did manage to get a bit of a roller out on it yesterday. It's not really done much though, as it's still popping up off a length every now and then. No boundary off of this over, just one run coming off of it. Wow, and this is going to be given a wide ball. She's going to have to bowl that one again, but it's a good take from Jayesh Papat. Good to see that he's recovered after being hit on the elbow earlier. Definitely was a bit of the funny bone action.
Excellent bowling, Naki. Excellent bowling, boy.
This is short, and again clipped into the leg side. And well, it was a good over up until that point, but just dropping this one short, and a batsman such as Kuldeep Galir, he's not going to miss out, and he just rocks back and swats this into the leg side, and it's 4 runs.
Shaba Naki, teri wicket hai Shaba.
So Ali Naki needs a response here to finish off his over. It's short again. There's an appeal, and again umpire Faf Stoneman says no. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. And a very good afternoon to Girish Singh. Hope you're well. Obviously had an outstanding time with the gloves last night, alongside Ninja Bad as well. Saying a bit of Rana and Naveed action, this guy. Hope you're okay as well. Hope you're enjoying plenty of cricket here. Well, Ali Naki getting that one all wrong, and he's just lost a bit of his rhythm here. He started off well in this over. Only had 1 off of the first 4, but since then he's gone wide, 4 wide. So just struggling with a bit of rhythm here. 1 delivery remaining in the over. Fuller, and it's an absolutely exquisite shot, and Kuldeep Galir getting the wrists involved, and this is flicked over the top, flick of the wrist, and it saves Carreras Mas here in Portugal. It's a slot delivery, and the flick into the leg side, one of the best shots we've seen all tournament, And I like to see, takes this forward press and then flicks it over the infield, and it's 6 of the best. And that means we can take a look at the standings here. So after that first game this morning, Marlow moving top of the table, clear now on 6 points from a possible of 6. So 100% record for them so far. But under a bit of pressure here early on. A low target of 88. And they're above the run rate at the moment, as that run rate started about the 8.5. Now dropping down to the 8.3s. And Ian John saying, please remember to like the broadcast by clicking the thumbs up button. Absolutely. Do subscribe to the ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. Once again, cricket here on the network. But this time, Ali Mehdi getting this one all wrong. It's going to be given as a wide ball from umpire Shub Anand again. ECN legend. Been around plenty of times. One of the most experienced umpires here on the circuit. And an all-round nice guy as well. And he's recently started a family. Birth of his first child was about 6 months ago. So obviously a huge congratulations to him and his wife. Short again. This time it's going to sail over. Goes over his head. He doesn't really know where it's gone. Oh, and things go from bad to worse. He loses it in the air. He's twisting and turning. Doesn't know where it's gone. Does a full 360. Finds it. And then gives it the right boot. And it goes over. And it's 4 runs. Take another look here. Loses it in the air. And then goes to pick it up. And gives it the right boot. Trying to get his way into the Portuguese national football team. But it's 4 runs to the Gamblers. Short, and again, Short gets punished. That looks like it's gone all the way, and I think it has. We take another look here. And it's signalled 6 runs. Says corridas here in Portugal. Just gets over the boundary. And Kuldeep Galea on fire. And again short, and again over the infield. And this goes, and it's 4 runs this time. And it's another boundary, and what an expensive over this is turning out to be from Ali Mehdi. Getting it all wrong. He's going for the short option. And Kuldeep Galea just sits there and enjoys it and eats it up all day. It's another boundary. Doesn't need to move. Stand and deliver stuff and admires it. And it flies over the short square boundary. And this time, gets back on the money. And gets it right this time. And again short, and again punished. This time it's more textbook cricket. And Kuldeep Galea is looking like he's in fine form. He's on fire as the man. Moves into the 30s, and it's another 4 runs for the Gamblers. And now, look, the Gamblers looking as if they're in the driver's seat now. This is short, and again, this time it's too wide. Gets the bottom of the bat, and they come through for a single. And it brings an end to a disastrous over if you're a Marlow fan. 21 coming off it at the end of the 3 overs. Gamblers are 42 for none. And you see that at this stage, the Gamblers, well, they're ahead by 12 runs as the Marlow Kalanders, after 3 overs, were 30 for 1. So they're 12 runs ahead, and also 1 wicket in the bag as well. And we're now going to see the introduction of Manjit Singh. So we're going to see spin early on here for the Mala Kalandars, trying to put a halt to these runs. Kuldeep Galia, 34 off of just 14, striking at 242. It's an opportunity. There is a man out there, and he did the hard work. He got there, but it wasn't an easy chance, and it's been put down. I think he was a little bit worried about losing a couple of teeth there, but Kuldeep Galia living life on the edge, and he survives this time. James Stewart saying he's plenty impressed by the arrival of Gamblers, and Gamblers has a few names that we've seen before, and a few of the players used to play for Irish, and who we've seen on the European Cricket Network before. Obviously not making it to this tournament due to the rankings in the T20 league here in Portugal. They missed out on the top 5. Manjit Singh facing only his 5th delivery, just runs it down to 3rd man for the single, getting the dangerous Kuldeep Galia back on strike. Happy Horace saying the match going one side, and you have to agree that the Gamblers at the moment in the driving seat. Goes again, and this time one of the better cricket shots you'll see this week. It's through the covers, and it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. 4 corridas here in Portugal. And Manjit Singh getting this one all wrong, 2 full. And he gets punished by that man again, Kuldeep Galia. Now 39 off of just 16 deliveries. He means business out in the middle at the moment. Well, that's sensible cricket. It's a better delivery from Manjit Singh, but he's equal to it and just turns this round the corner. It's 1 run, and again, there's a lot of appreciation for that last cover drive. Lovely shot and class shot from James Stewart and Ian Johns. 110%. Glorious textbook cricket shot that was. And again, Manjit Singh. He's doing a good job here. He probably would have. He was sent in at the top of the order to swing hard. But there's no need when you've got someone like Galia at the other end. 40 off of 17. And it's now at just over a runnable. 6.16 required off of each over now. Don't need to take any unnecessary risks. Well, speaking of unnecessary risks, it's gone high. It takes some catching, and he's completely lost it in the sun. And it's that man again. He's having a horrid time out. A horrid time out on the fine leg boundary. Came in, and you can see straight away, completely lost it in the sun. And they ended up coming through for 2 runs. So Kuldeep Galia living life as a cat at the moment. 9 lives for him. And at the end of the 4th, the Gamblers are 52 for none. And once again, gives us an opportunity to flick the switch to the prime time European Cricket Championship. Well, we've changed the starting times and the match times, obviously 5 games a day, but it's now all going to be in aid for prime time viewing, both in Europe and out in India as well. That starts on the 12th September all the way through to the 14th of October. And what a tournament that will be. The best of the very best teams from the likes of Ireland, England, Scotland, Spain, Italy, Germany. And we're now going to see Syed Massam coming into the attack. And this is just off the pad, off the thigh pad, and he come through again for the single. This partnership now worth 53 off of just 25 deliveries. Galia doing the majority of the striking, 42. That's his contribution at the moment. 10 runs ahead, but also 2 wickets in hand, and that was the issue really for Marlow. He lost wickets at the wrong time. Moderator's getting their work cut out for them. Again, with the emojis. This is short, and well, when things are going your way, they just keep going your way. This comes right off the toe end of the bat. It's a fine nickel, and it runs away down towards the boundary. It's another 4, and it's 4 runs to the Gamblers SC. Well, if I was Kuldeep Galia at the moment, I'd be running away from this innings, and I'd be going straight to the shops, and I'd be getting a lottery ticket. At the moment, you can't really do much wrong. 46 now. And lets this one go. And well, when things go your way, they certainly do, but when things are bad, they just keep getting worse and worse. And this is a wide ball down the leg side, and the keeper unable to get anything on this. It's a tough chance for him. Didn't really have much of an opportunity, and it runs away, and it's 5 wides. And much like the chat rules, 5 emojis, it's 5 wides. And it's now a lot less than a runner ball. You can see now. 22 off of 34. Wow, and things go from bad to worse to even worse. Things not going their way. Massam getting this all wrong again. And then Popat sloppy with the gloves. And it comes through, and they come through for the run. And it brings Mehdi Singh, who at the moment is currently sat on 5 off of 7 deliveries. And Marla just not showing the intent that they showed in the previous game. That's a good delivery. It's a good comeback from Syed Massam. On a good length. Just cramping him for space. So 24 now required off of 33. Well, he gets a little bit lucky there, and it's a shame for Parveen Singh. It was a short delivery, but it just rolled through. It's an ankle breaker, a toe cruncher, and it's the first wicket, as that first partnership was worth a total of 64, and that wicket means that Gamblers SC are now 64 for 1. Stayed very low. There's not a lot you can do about that as a batsman. Just see there, never really gets up. Minimal celebration from Massam. And he has to go. Does Parveen Singh. But the in-man at the moment, still there. Kuldeep Galia. New batsman to the crease now. To me, it looks like Ankush Kumar, I think. And this just gets up on him a little bit, and they're going to come through. And they do come through for the single. So good running out in the middle. Good intent again. Minimal dot balls, and it is Ankush Kumar. He gets off the mark straight away. As it's now 23 off of 31 required now. Do it in 4 hits realistically. Scalia, he's 1 hit away from his personal milestone. There's a big appeal. He's turned down. Again, this one just skidding on. Shivanan turning it down, and they come through for the 1 leg bye. So at the end of the 5th at the halfway stage, the Gamblers are 66 for 1. And I think that's It's a tough call, but I think he's got that one right, as it certainly jagged in off the seam and ended up coming through. And it certainly looks like it would have been going down the leg side. Irfan Ahmed just asking, is this the last of today? No, there isn't. There's 2 more games coming up, so we take a little bit of a break in between games 8 and 9. But then matches 9 and 10 later this evening, starting at 5 o'clock local time, and then 7:30 as well. So 2 more. Plenty of cricket here on the European Cricket Network. And it's myself, Charlie Hunt, here in the commentary box, calling all the games for you here in Portugal. I'm going to see a bit of left arm spin of Asim Sawar now into the attack. And Golia just sensibly playing this out into the offside. And brings Kumar back on strike. On the reverse, trying to get inventive. This misses everything, but it's good work by the man out there. I think that's Walid Amjad, I believe. We had a bit of a torrid time of it out in the moment. Been given as buys. And sensibly played. Could be close, but the tight running and the call of the one early on puts the pressure on the field, and Golia now moves to 49. And if he can get there, what an outstanding innings he's played for Gamblers to get them towards this total. Oh, this is good cricket. I like this from the Gamblers. They know they don't need to take any unnecessary risks. If you lose two wickets here, and all of a sudden you feel like you might be in a bit of trouble, but just sensible batting here will get them over the line. And he gets through, and they come through, and that's 50 up for Kuldeep Golia. 50 runs off of 23 deliveries. And what an innings that has been for his team here. 7 fours and 2 sixes in the innings. And what an outstanding innings that was. Well, there's going to be a mix-up here. They end up coming back safely. And it's a good over from Sawar. Just 5 coming off it. And at the end of the 6th, the Gamblers are 71 for 1. Again, take a look at the bowler stats. It's just the 1 wicket obviously falling. Saeed Massam getting one to stay low. And ended up coming through. As Irfan Ahmed just asking, well, what's the next game? So, obviously match 8 at the moment currently taking place. And then at 5 o'clock local time, Gorka 11. They'll be taking on the Lisbon Capitals. And then in match number 10, Lisbon Capitals will be continuing, and they take on the Gambler side once again. So again, a lot of cricket here coming your way, all the way from Coimbra in the centre of Portugal. And again, a lack of discipline here really from Marlow. Never really came out with the same intensity that they did in the first game here today. Already at a total of 14 extras. As Massam continuing again. And that's good cricket. This is just played into the offside, and again they come through for a single. Well, Love, he's still hopeful for Marlow. But again, I think a victory here really just changes things up. Gives the Lisbon Capitals, they have a chance to take 2 from 2 later on this afternoon and going into the evening. And I think if that is the case, it's going to really spice things up over the next few days. That's a good delivery from Saeed Massam. This one coming away from Ankush Kumar. Obviously took 3 wickets in an over, and is probably one of the main reasons that Gamblers are in a position like this at the moment. alongside Golia. 51 off of 24 deliveries, striking at 212. He's done a serious, outstanding job here for his team. It's a good shot from Kumar. Just punches this down the ground. Straight to Manjit Singh. This is hit and hit hard, and it's going to split the infield, and it's once again another boundary for Golia. And the main man, Ian, does the fielding. And it's another huge boundary. 4 runs here again for the Gamblers SC. Marlow bowlers have been bowling too short. And Golia, oh, he's been there very quickly to punish them. No breathing room here for Marlow. It's a good comeback from my side. It's a great delivery. Bit of swing, bit of in-swing, and then getting it to nip away off the seam. Can't ask for much of a better delivery there. But what I've loved, you have to say that Kuldeep Golia, his 55 runs, they've all been quality cricket shots. There's been no drags into the leg side or lucky edges. There was the one off of the toe of the toe end of the bat. However, apart from that, they've all been quality textbook cricket shots. And again, into the offside, but this time straight to the fielder. It's another dot ball. So a good end to the over for Saeed Massam. And he goes for figures of 1 for 20 off of his 2 overs. And after 7, Gamblers SC are 78 for 1. Again, take a look, a little reminder of the European Cricket Championship coming up. Obviously mentioned there teams such as Ireland, Spain, Netherlands, Scotland, obviously England, well, they're already into the finals week, as they come in after taking a victory last year. As we return to live action here, as it's Nasim Shabad, and Kumar was on the sweep, wasn't able to execute it, and they come through for the single. Hits this well. There's a man out, and it's Sahil Ali Naki, and Golia just comes through again for the 1 run. So it's down to single figures now, and that's going to certainly help the standings, as that's gone into the leg side. And Angus Kumar gets in on the action now, and it says corridas here in Portugal for the Gamblers. There's a slot delivery, and he gets punished, and Angus Kumar gets in on the action and punishes into the leg side. So now just 2 runs required for victory here for the Gamblers SC. And he's looking to do it in style. Gets the switch hit out. It's good work from Jayesh Popat to keep his eye on the ball. It's good work. Now this has gone high. There's a man out there. He's under it. And it's been put down. So they come through. And it's just the 1 run. And, well, the 1 run means it's going to be Kuldeep Golia is on strike. It's 1 to win. And what a story it'll be if it's going to be him to hit the winning runs. And they do so. And they come through. And they talking of coming back, but I don't think they realise they don't need to. And that's going to be the game there. And that's going to certainly mix things up here in Portugal, as Gamblers SC, they take the victory. They take the win by 9 wickets here. A pretty comfortable victory in the end over the defending champions, Marlow Calanders. But it wouldn't be without that, not that man on the screen. Well, he did a job with the ball, taking 3 wickets in and over. However, Kuldeep Golia, 57 runs for him off of just 29 deliveries. Outstanding hitting with some incredible cricket shots in and amongst that innings. But Gamblers SC, that's their first victory, and what a team to get that victory against, as they're now going to look to kick on here from here. As we take a look at the highlights of match number 8 of the response from the Gamblers, as they end up taking the victory by 9 wickets. You can see there, well, that man made his way to the crease, and he never left, as he started off incredibly well. That was the first boundary for him. Clipped this off the hip, and that just got his mindset in focus. And after that, it was almost impossible to get him out. He did give a couple of chances. There's a few skied balls, however, in moments like this, and that was one of the shots of the day as well. A flick off the wrists into the leg side. And anything that was full was punished, and also anything that was too short, well, he was very, very quick to rock back. That was one of the chances, but he ended up losing it. And then, well, things went from bad to worse, and he kicked it over the rope for 4 runs. But it has to be said that bowling-wise, not really much to talk about from a Marlow perspective. 1 wicket falling, and that was Syed Masam. He was expensive in his 2 overs, 1 for 20. And again, that man on your screen, Kuldeep Gullia. Make no mistake of it, one serious talent here in Portugal, and there's a lot around here in Portugal. However, with shots like that, and that's going to be one of the better shots you'll see all around the world. Manjit Singh trying to give it a bit of tweak, but he ended up going for 10 off of his single over. And then that was another edge that flew away. But apart from the 2 that we've seen in the highlights package, there wasn't really much wrong. That was the wicket that fell. And Manjit Singh went for 5 off 9. It was realistically sent up to the top of the order to go swinging straight away. But he didn't really need to when you've got someone like Kuldeep Gullia at the other end. And Kuldeep Gullia, again, some glorious, glorious cricket shots. And this was one of the ones as well in the final over that was needed. And that was hit. Dispatched into the leg side by Angush Kumar, who finished on 10 off of his 10 deliveries, with that 1-6 being his only shot there. But then trying to finish it off in style, but eventually it was the main man, Kuldeep Gullia, who got Gamblers over the line. So take a look at the scorecard. Gamblers SC, they have gone ahead and taken a victory against the defending champions of the Marlow Calanders. But don't go anywhere, as we will return in that's around 2 hours time. So we've got a bit of a break here, but we will be back, as in the next game we will see Gorka 11. They'll be taking on the Lisbon Capitals. So go away to have some lunch, have a little bit of a snack, but do return in about 2 hours time, as you are watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal, alongside myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A very warm welcome back to sunny Portugal. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here at El Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra in the central of Portugal, where we're just about ready to get underway for match number 9 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And we're just coming off of the back of a break in between matches 8 and 9, where match 9 will see Gorka 11. They will be taking on the Lisbon Capitals. Lisbon Capitals yet to get a win on the board. However, Gorka 11 losing out earlier this morning to Mala Calanders. So a huge mix-up in the standings after this morning's games. But we've had some lunch, about an hour and a half break, but we're ready to get back underway here. And the Lisbon Capitals, they won the toss. And skipper Zanandani electing to go ahead and field first, so putting Gorka 11 in. And it allows us to have an opportunity to take a look very, very early on here as we take a look at Suman Gimidi, who will be facing up first of all here. And a warm welcome to everyone watching around the world, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network, YouTube channels. We're ready to get underway, and it's Taj Mohammed to get us underway here. And starts with a short, wide delivery, as signalled by umpire Faf Stoneman. And I don't know if this is the first that this time has ever happened here on the European Cricket Network, but we've got a son and a father who are umpiring out at the moment. We've got standing in at the strike this end at the moment. We've got Francois or Faf Stoneman, and at square leg we've got Buck Stoneman as well. This is short, and Taj Mohammed pushing this one through, and Suman Gimidi chooses to just take his bat away here. You can just feel and get a sense at the moment that the Lisbon Capitals are up for this one. They want to get their first victory on the board. And this time again, it's wide and is signalled by the umpire. So Taj Mohammed just struggling to get his line here. Length isn't really an issue. He's pushed too short. Good short deliveries in, however, this one. He's just pushing it wide of the off stump. Too far, as judged by Stoneman. Yeah, very interesting. A set of father and sons in the umpire's hat. And Gimidi trying to cut this into the offside. Stays a little bit low. It just takes the wicket keeper by surprise, but he manages to hold it and just keeps it to just the one, to the dot ball. And again, Gimidi not looking comfortable out there at the moment. His feet just aren't moving here. Just struggling to get him going. And there's a lot of noise out in the field from the Lisbon Capitals. Once again, if you are watching on our European Cricket Network, a very good afternoon to you wherever you are around the world, or whether you're watching on FanCode out in the subcontinent in India. Hope you're all well this evening. I know there's plenty of people enjoying some Super Sunday cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Fuller this time and uses the extra pace. This is going to run away. Takes some cutting off, but the deep third man does really well. And that's the first runs off the bat of Gimidi. And it's 2-2 the total. Let's see here. Gets down. Isn't worried really about kicking it cleanly. He manages to prevent it for going for another 2 runs. And in games that we've had so far, 2 runs could really be crucial. Taj Mohammed coming off the back of an outstanding hat-trick earlier in this week. And this is short again. And Gimidi again looking to try and cut this, but again chooses to let it go through. So 1 left in the over, 4 off of it, the over so far. And again, Gimidi struggles early on. 2 runs off the bat, 2 extras, and at the score after the first over is 4 for no loss. And we take a look at the bat versus ball wall here. And what I am expecting is what we're going to see is a very interesting encounter. Just picking the Gorka 11 is the supercomputer. It's expected to score an average runs for. However, the average runs against for the Gorka 11 is only 80. Lisbon, well, the supercomputer is saying that they reckon that the Lisbon Capitals is going to leak a few extra runs. But we certainly are on for what is set to be an interesting encounter this afternoon. So we've had 2 earlier games today. So 4 games here on what I'm calling Super Sunday. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here in Portugal. Plenty of water being consumed. It certainly is a hot one again out here today. Temperature of around the 30, 31, 32 degree mark. Just gets hotter and hotter throughout the day. Obviously, Manjit Singh not had an amazing tournament thus far. 2 ducks to his name. As RPR Raz is the first person this afternoon to get involved in the chat. A very good afternoon to you, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket and enjoying the coverage here on the broadcast. What we're going to see. Oh, Bhardwaj, and he starts with a bit of a Gandhi ball. And this time, Mayank Darji is quick to pounce on this one. And it's punished through the covers, 4 runs. It's a full toss, really, from Rahul Bhardwaj. Isn't really going to be pushing him for pace. So a full toss just sits up nice and easily. And this time again into the offside. However, straight to the man. And interesting to see here, well, what we've just seen. Shy at the stumps and then being backed up for about half an hour. The Lisbon Capitals were working on it in between the break. Obviously, there was a bit of an extended break between games 8 and 9, and about an hour and a half. Nice time to get a bit of a bite to eat. And the Lisbon Capitals, they weren't messing around. They were getting ready in the nets as well. This one stays low. Mayank Darji is just lofting his bat outside the off stump. And there's a voice that you can hear out there almost after every delivery is bowled. And that man is Azhar Andani, a skipper for the Lisbon Capitals. And this is short, and this time is judged as a wide by the father of the umpiring duo, Buck Stoneman up there. Shrug asking if I had a Sunday roast between games, Charlie. I did have a Sunday roast. I had a nice abundance of sandwiches and there was some croissants and samosas. It was a lovely mix. And this is just pushed, and there was a chance of a single. It's a dot ball. Being very well looked after by everyone involved at the club here at the Coimbra Knights. Nina and Anne, and abundance of, there's a lot of people here looking after us. It's very much appreciated. This time turned around the corner and they come through for the single as it's not picked up cleanly. And Darji moves on to 5 off of 5. And they certainly are, Shrug. They certainly are. Again, if you're just joining us here on the European Cricket Network, you join me, Charlie Hunt, on commentary duties in Portugal. If you want to get involved in the chat, the conversation, then please do so. Get on the YouTube chat. The ECN, European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Plenty to talk about. With 2 games left, there's going to be plenty of opportunity to ask any questions or anything you want to know about European cricket. This is well played, and again, good work from the man. This time as a short third man. And Gimini just comes through for the single. So at the end of the second over, Gorka, they're 11 for no loss. So 7 off of that previous over, and we can get to take a look at the updated table. So Mahler Kalanda's taking the first loss of their tournament up against the Gamblers SC. That was their first victory. So Lisbon Capitals, they're the only team now sat on no points. So they're going to be looking to make a statement this afternoon as they have 2 games back to back. And we're going to see Taj Muhammad continue. Good first over from him, 4 for none. And just opens the face. Just the 1 run. Ian Johns letting us know what he got up to in the break. Well, how about everyone else does that? Let me know what you guys have been up to in the break. Told you what I've been up to. Ian Johns saying that he caught up with the British Superbikes Championship at Brands Hatch. I was doing something similar. I was looking at the F1, Formula 1. Dutch Max Verstappen and obviously 2 Brits on the podium. Let me know what you guys have been up to over the last couple of hours. Pleasant break, getting out of the heat for a bit. And this is off again, the inside edge. This one comes off the bat for just a single. Steve Cook jumps in the chat. Very good evening to you, Steve. Saying evening everybody. Great to be on the chat after lurking the weekend and in a couple days in Manchester. I hope you're well, Steve. Welcome back. Nice to have you in the chat. I'm sure this Sunday evening we'll be seeing many regulars throughout the afternoon and evening. It's a good delivery. This is Fuller. Again, good field placement, as that's that fielder there, Akshad Patel, I believe it is, in the mid-wicket region. Comes through, keeps it to just a dot ball. This is short, and again just opens the face and comes through again pretty safely for a single. So only the one boundary so far in this innings. Now had the first 16 deliveries, one boundary, 14 runs. Well, that's going to be a wide. Yeah, that's going to be given the one for the over, but eventually it is called as a wide. I think it certainly was quite a distance over his head. And there's not really much argument from Taj Mohammed. Four off of this over so far. 2 deliveries remaining. Fuller down the leg side. It's going to be another wide. So Taj Mohammed not really getting the line and length spot on as much as he would have hoped so here in match number 9. Crazy to think we're on match number 9 already. Plenty of matches to follow though. Let's go back to the usual schedule of 4 games during the day from Italy tomorrow, and then 2 from us in the evening. That's an absolutely outstanding delivery. Just beating the edge. And following through, and the atmosphere out in the middle as the moment. Take a look at that. Just missing everything. Gimidi walking forward as well. And the Lisbon Capitals, well, they're certainly up for this. It's almost deafening how loud it is out there at the moment. And I don't know if there's many batsmen in the world that would have been able to get a nick on that one. Well, this is Fuller, and this time this is going to run through. So Gimidi, he's been biding his time. 5 off of 11, however, manages to get one away. And what a way to end the power play, with the 4 runs through the covers. 2 full and gets punished. At the end of the power play, Gorka 11 a 21 for none. And I think one of the main reasons that we've seen a bit of a conservative start from these guys, from the Gorka 11, is they don't want to lose wickets early on. And they'll feel that if they can do so, Gorka 11 obviously in the match number 7, all out for 67. Or 67 for 9 off of their 10 overs, I should say. And in that game, well, after 3 overs, there was 16 for 3. So there's a serious emphasis here on not losing wickets early on. And I think just giving themselves, they know that they've got the batsmen here that can easily clear the ropes, obviously the shorter ropes of just 50 metres, pretty much all around the ground. They just don't want to lose wickets early. And no surprise here as he goes for it early, but there's a man there. And it's put down. Well, luckily for him, it's not a 6, so it's not too embarrassing for the man out in the deep. But no surprise there, as Mayank Darji looking to go big into the leg side. That's the skipper out there at the moment. Azad Andani puts one down. Darji lives to fight another day, and it's another 4 runs. This comes off the pad, but it's good bit of keeping by Parth Dujan with the gloves behind the stumps. Does well to watch that again, stays low and kicks low off the pad as well. Quick shout out to my father, Ian Hunt, who's watching. Sent me a text saying he likes Super Sunday. So there you go. Hope you well, Pops. This is hit well. Just flicks the wrist and makes sure he keeps on top of the bounce. And it runs away for another boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over so far. Darji looking to make amends for his earlier mistakes. And I like the way how he just stayed on top of the bounce, rotated his wrists over, kept on top of it. So an excellent shot through the leg side. This time, just knocked into the leg side, and they'll come through for a quick single. Again, an abundance of talent in this tournament, in all 5 squads. Bardwaj, bit of treatment in this over already. He's gone for 9, 2 deliveries remaining. And again, Gimidi. Well, when the fielders are on their hinges, on the back of the heels, waiting, no one really walking in. He just allows for that single to just be taken almost too easily, really. But it's good running. Only 7 dot balls, I should say, in the last 4 overs now. Goes big again into the offside, and this time it hasn't got the legs to quite reach the skipper out on the offside boundary. So they just again come through for the single, and that's going to bring us to the close of the 4th. Gorka, they are still none for 32. As Kitty Huntley joins the chat, very good evening to you, Kitty. Hope you're well. Joining us at a good time. Take a look at the stats gun. And obviously, once again, Gimidi is classed as the top batsman here for Gorka, and there's no surprise to that. And then Darji alongside Rahul Kumar. And then bowlers-wise for the Lisbon Capitals at the moment. Once again, no surprise, Taj Mohammed top of the stats gun there, alongside Akbari and Dikshit Patel as well. Dikshit Patel had a bit of a interesting day the other day. I know they will be wanting to contribute a little bit more with both bat and ball. But we're now going to see the spin of Akshar Patel up against the left-handed Darji, Mayank Darji. Well, this is short. There's a man there, and it's been put down. It's another chance that goes begging. Lisbon Capitals, they look like they're up for it. However, their catching says otherwise. It's another one that goes to hand. Not a difficult chance, but it gets put down and it's spilled. And Darji gets another life. As Wazza gets involved in the chat. Good afternoon to you. Gimidi just drops some runs, but this time doesn't get it square enough. It's collected by Patel. But a very good afternoon to you there, Wazza. I hope you're well, watching from Australia. Good to see some regulars in the chat, and also to everyone else as well joining, who all around the world. Gimidi into the leg side, hasn't got all of this. There is a man there. It's going to split the 2 fielders. And it's Dikshit Patel. Brings the throw in. They come back for the second. Gimidi just struggling a little bit here. Not really going as expulsive as he normally does. This is Fuller again. And this time, Gimidi just doesn't look like he's just got the same confidence in himself to hit it over the infield at the moment. And this is along the ground, straight to the man out in the deep. And that's Taj Mohammed. It comes through. Just the 1 run. plenty of cricket going on around the world internationally at the moment. This is Fuller again, and Mayank Darji happy to just play this out into the offside. And that will be the end of the 5th. So at the halfway stage, below par at the moment, Gorka, as they are 37 for none. Take a look there. No loss yet. But I think now you're halfway through. You've still got 10 wickets in hand. Plenty of batsmen that can hit a long ball. Got to start going for it. Again, both the batsmen in at the moment. They've got themselves in. They've faced enough deliveries. Gimini's faced 17 and Darji's faced 13. So there certainly is no excuse to really go for it here now. And we're going to see the introduction of Salam Ryan. Starts off with a decent delivery. It's going to be out to Dikshit Patel. And it's just going to be the one run. So plenty of singles out in the field at the moment. Haven't had a boundary in an entire over and a half. And with only 4 boundaries in this innings so far. Steve obviously reminded me there's plenty of cricket internationally, however, not in the northeast of the UK, as Headingley and Leeds has been washed out. There's a few South Africans will be a bit disappointed with that. Well, this is a full toss, and what a way for Gimini to get his eye back in, as this is swatted away into the leg side, and it's 6 corridas here in Portugal. It's the first 6 of the innings. It's a full toss from Saddam Ryan. This goes the distance over the stand. Given he swapped the helmet for a cap, it's made a difference as he's hit. That was his 2nd boundary. He'll up his strike rate to above a runner ball. This time over the infield, straight to the man out in the deep. It's going to be one bounce, and it's hurled in by Daval Patel. There's a few questions of waist high, but not given. Fuller doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, does try and meet it. It's off the toe. And it's just the one run. Once again, I do appreciate everybody's input in the chat. I thoroughly enjoy it. Just myself here. I'll be getting my first experience of some co-commentary later on in the month of August. However, this time gets the angle on. It's going to run away. It's racing down the hill, and it's another boundary. So Gimini getting back into his stride now. He's moved on to 24, and Gorka 11 now move on to 50. And this is an interesting strategy. I have to say I'm a bit of a fan of this one so far, as this is just dabbed to short 3rd man. It's Akshar Patel. He eventually come through for the single, but I do like this idea of having a bit of a more relaxed approach early on in the innings. With after their 3 overs, they were 21 for none, and at the end of the 6th, they're 51 for none, losing no wickets early on and playing a bit of a more conservative game, as that's really what they've struggled with. Obviously, as I said, in the early game against Marlow, they were 16 for 3, and after 5, they were 25 for 5. So I think they just want to be able to give themselves a little bit more opportunity and really get their eye in. This time, just trying to be too delicate. It's one of the risks if you play such shots. It can be too delicate. And then you can hit it like this, but there is a man there. And it's taken. And Akshar Patel gets the breakthrough. And it's that man. Mitul Patel takes the catch right in front of me. Set himself well. And Suman Gimidi has to go. Was looking almost pretty comfortable. He was getting himself time, but wasn't able to kickstart. And he has to go 25 off of 23. Gork 11 R51 for 1. As the new batsman makes his way to the crease, there's a question for me from Shrug saying, question for you, Charlie. Chinese Cup or French Cup for an inside edge? Everyone I've ever heard has said Chinese, but Vinny says French. It's an interesting one. I'm not trying to remember what I just instinctly go for. I think I'd have to say it's a Chinese, a French Cup. I'm going to say French. I think if I was to see an inside edge now, I think my first instinct would be to go for the French Cup. Because I think I actually played quite a lot of French cricket when I went to school back in the UK before I moved to Spain. It was one of the things we used to do later on in the evenings, was we play some French cricket. So I'm going to say French Cup, I think. That's what my instinct would be. But the new batsman, nonetheless, is Rahul Kumar coming in, number 3. No change there. And hits this into the offside. Going to come through. So he's off the mark straight away. So Shrug's saying that Rico says Chinese. Obviously Rico back on the airwaves from tomorrow. I'm sure he's probably on his way. Might have landed, might be on a flight right now. But I know that Vinny and Rico, they've got a special guest in Nikki Chowdhury as well. And this is again hit well from Manjit Singh, just to Dixit Patel at long off. I think everyone should be very excited for Nikki Chowdhury. She brings a new voice to the airwaves, and she's worked for the county championship matches in the UK over the last few months this season. Rahul Kumar drags this into the leg side, but it's well fielded, well watched. Well watched by the man out on the leg side, Ryan. But no, I'd have to say, going back to the question, I think I'm going to get my final answer going to be French Cup. And this is hit out to the offside. The man out there, I think that's Taj Mohammed, does well. Keeps it in the field of play. And it's going to be a single to end the 7th. After 7, Gorka 11 R55 for 1. Truck saying, heard her on a couple of counter streams. No, 100%. She will bring a new outlook on the game. If you take a look there, well, that man, Taj Mohammed, playing in this game, well, he took the 17th hat-trick of the year in 2022 on the European Cricket Network. 4 for 2 in 2 overs up against the Coimbra Knights. And what a game that was. It's very rare that you see that you take a hat-trick and still end up on the losing team. But Nikki Chowdhury, I know she's looking forward to making her debut on the European Cricket Network, as am I. She's in the more capable hands of Vinny and Rico, showing her the ropes of the European Cricket Network ways. But we now see Aslan Naseem into the attack. And he's going to start in classic fashion. It's a wide ball. Darji, the in batsman, now 22 off of 17 for him. He's got to be the one that takes charge here. And they need to push on now. Otherwise, they're going to be looking at a subpar total here. That's a good delivery from Naseem. Good comeback, back of a length. Just pushes in for a bit of space, doesn't allow him to give himself some room. There's not a cloud in the sky now here in Coimbra, in Miranda do Cordoba. There was a few earlier throughout the day, but in the evening it all just burns away. And this is hit, and hit well, and it bursts through the diving Lisbon Capital skipper. And it's going to be given, that's going to be 4 runs to the total. Short, but this time gives him the width, and it bursts through and it runs away for another 4 runs to the total. for valuable runs. Darjeep set now, 26 off of 19. Naseem needs a response. It's Fuller, and this has gone high. It's off the splice of the bat. And for his second catch in the game, safe hands, Mitu Patel. And once again, Lisbon Capitals taking wickets at key times. And the Gorka 11, well, they are now falling to 60 for 2. It went high, and he was pedalling back, but he was well watched, and it's a second grab for him now in this game. But again, another wicket at a crucial time. And Shrug saying that he reckons that they've gone too conservative at the top of the order. I think there's a certain way you need to have a certain mixture. I think even in T10 cricket with such a short format, you can still have a batsman that bats all the way through. If you have your opener that bats all the way through from 1 through till 10 to the 10th over, you're going to be pretty certain that you're going to be on set on a good total. And that was evident in the previous game before this one, where Kuldeep Golia ended up with an unbeaten half century and ended up winning the game for the Gamblers up against a very, very strong Marlow Calanders team. The table is looking spicy at the moment. And this is hit straight back to the bowler as the new batsman is Roshan Singh. The table spicing up like some peri peri chicken here from Portugal, obviously the home of peri peri chicken. It's a big swing. It's half of an appeal. I think there was a bit of a noise, but I don't think it was any evident of bat on ball. I think there might have been a pad movement or something, but it certainly was a bit of a snick. There's clear daylight between bat and ball there. But Naseem bowling well here. He's got the wicket. He's only gone for 5 runs as well. Well, this time, add a few more onto those as he gets down on one knee as this sits up. It's like taking candy from a baby. And it stays corridas into the leg side. Towards the base of one of the light stands there. You can see here, Naseem, not the end of the over. Gets down on one knee, does Roshan Singh. And just watches this sail over the boundary. And if there's somewhere you don't want to bowl to a batsman like Singh, it's right there. Take a look at the worm. You can just see they did just start a little bit conservatively in the first 3.5 overs. A little bit of an influx of runs and then a few wickets have fallen. So it's up to these two really, Rahul Kumar alongside Roshan Singh, if they're going to get up towards that or anywhere as close to that 100 as at the end of the 8th over. They're 66 for 2. We're going to see the introduction of some spins. Sadam Akbari, again, one of the pick of the bowlers, coming in late here. He's only going to be given the 1 over. Give it a bit of a tweak and see what he can do. I'm very excited for tomorrow as I'm getting a gift of squashies from a certain Coimbra Knights player who is flying over. Well, and Akbari is going to start with a wide ball, and this is going to run away, but it's a good bit of fielding by Dadval Patel. Keeps it to just 2 off the wide ball. IPL Raz is calling it. Well, calling it like Vinny is. All happens here in the 9th. Well, and this time, again, looking to go big into the leg side. Bit of a bottom edge right into the pad. It looks to advance. This time doesn't quite get a lot on it, but this is going to run away down the hill, and he gets enough on it, and it will split the fielders. And that's going to be a welcome boundary. 4 runs to the total for Gorka 11. Wasn't able to quite get to the pitch of the ball, but adjusted well. and then split the two fielders at deep, long on and deep mid wicket. It's a well welcomed boundary nonetheless. And again, this is hit even better. That's even better. That's going to be 4 runs. Just pitching before the rope. But again, Raul Kumar proving why he's coming in at number 3, because he can go straight from the off and produce shots like this. Bit of a helicopter shot there. So good, we'll take another look at it. It was a helicopter shot, and what a bit of whippage that is. Well, go again, but again, there's a man under it. And he makes it 3 from 3. And Mitul Patel, they get the breakthrough. And there's a bit of chat in between the two teams as Gorka 11 watch on. And another wicket falls, and Raul Kumar looking to go big again, but this time falls as he picks out Mitul Patel. So good to see that there's a little bit of fire out there at the moment. Again, bit spicy, peri spice. And two teams really both wanting a victory here. Hits this well, and he almost kicks it, but he flopped a little bit like a salmon. But eventually it only cost them the 1 run. Take another look here. He tries to stop this one, gets his foot stopped. That's quality. There you go. All happening here in the 9th. This one stays low. It's going to run away. Might go all the way. It's not. It's going to be cut off. And eventually it's brought in. It's all happening. And Vinny would be proud of this one. It all happens here in the 9th and at the end of the 9th over. Gorka 11 are 79 for 3. What an interesting over that one was. Nice to be a bit of a salmon, a leaping salmon. So, interestingly enough here, we're now going to see the introduction of Dikshit Patel, who has been asked to bowl the final over here. Starts with a short delivery, and there's a bit of a snick on this one. There's appeals everywhere. And I don't think it's going to really, I'm not sure what's going on here. There was certainly a noise, and there was appeals from everyone. Well, be interesting to see what happens here. The umpires are going to meet. So there's going to be a conversation going on here as James Stewart is jumping back in, and you're jumping in at a very interesting time here. And again, there is a little bit of a deviation there. That angle doesn't really... And it has been given, so he has to go. And Rushan Singh has to make the long walk back. There was a bit of confusion as to what went on there, but it is eventually given, so he has to go. And another wicket falls in Gorka 11. They are now 79 for 4. as the new batsman comes to the crease is Nazrul Ratul. Got to go big here. And does. And well, what a start. I asked for it and he gave and he delivered. And that's 6 corridas into the leg side boundary for the Gorkha 11. And they need a few more here. There's a slot delivery from Dikshit Patel. And it gets the treatment that it deserved. That one, well, that kept on going. That flew and flew and flew. It was in the arc. And Nazrul Ratul with a huge 6 to start. Wow, it's a good response. He bowls to his field, but it's well fielded by Salam Ryan on the offside. And it's just going to be 1 run. So it brings Hardeep Singh, who controversially in the last game ran out the in batsman and then got out 2 balls later. So he's got a bit of pressure on himself now to be the finisher. Bit of a full toss, and this is just dragged into the leg side. They try and come back for the second, and I think they will do eventually. So that's good running from the Gorkha 11. And it looks at the moment, if we are going off of what are the average here, and just a bit of confirmation, is I think there was a review for whether it carried off of that caught behind. And that one stays low, but they're going to come through, and I think they're going to get through safely as it's a fumble by the keeper. So that's what the check was earlier on at the start of this over. It wasn't for if it was actually nicked by, but it was whether it carried. So again, good work by the LRS. It gets home safely there. Well, this is hit, and this is hit well. That's going to carve away, and I think that's hit the boundary on the full, and it has. So what a way to finish the over. What a way to finish the innings, as ended up being 16 runs off the final over. And it saves Carreras to the total. And this was short and carved away. And that man, well, he came in and he went boom, boom. Nazrul Ratul ends with 13 off of 3. And what a boundary and what a way to end the over. So, at the end of their 10 overs, Gorkha 11, they set 96 for victory for the Lisbon Capitals. So we take a look at the highlights. We started with some beautiful shots through the covers early on. It was a bit of a conservative start, wasn't it, from Suman Gimidi and Mayank Darji. Ended up getting to the 7th over before they lost the first wicket. But the first wicket was worth a fair few, as both of them ended up getting out on the 20s. And then we saw the introduction of spin. That was another opportunity. There was a few missed chances from the Lisbon Capitals, and we will find out in due course whether they're going to go on to root those mistakes. But Suman Gimidi just looked like he was struggling there. Didn't look as if he was in fine touch, which is interesting considering he came off. Well, he's just off the bat of a good unbeaten century earlier this week. But that man, well, 3 catches for him down at long off, so he had a busy day. That's Mitul Patel doing what he did best. And then that one that was hit hard and it burst through the hands. That man again, Mayank Darji. So the 2 openers top scoring for the Gorkha 11, and there's a bit of confusion in the middle overs right towards the end, but as we carry on here, and that was a big hit over the leg side, just helped it on its way really. It's one of those shots, didn't really had to put much power in. Once you get down on one knee, you just help it around the corner, and it went the distance. And this one was dragged into the leg side, and there was some good evidence of some good hitting. And that one, well, that was one of the shots of the day. A helicopter shot down the ground, 1 bounce, 4 runs. There was some serious whippage on that one. That's worth the highlight for sure. And then this one wasn't hit as well as he could, and then it was straight to that man again. It was was no way of keeping Mitul Patel out of the game. And then into the final over. Well, this one, there was a question as to whether or not it carried. That was why we went up for review. It was conclusive enough, and it ended up being given. And then there were some big hits towards the end. They got the wicket, however, in the last over. Well, a total of 16 runs came off at 6. So the over was wicket 6, 1, 2, 1 by, and then finishing with a 6 over the offside. So good innings from Gorka 11. I think we're finding out that my set of a par of 120 might be a bit far off, as realistically, par is around the 90 at the 10 over mark. So we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back in around 7 minutes or so. Don't go anywhere as you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Manano de Corvo here in Coimbra, where you join me, Charlie Hunt, and we are just about set to get ready and underway for the chase of the Lisbon Capitals here in match number 9 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And what a day we've had so far. We're into the third game, third of 4 here this evening. Obviously we had 2 games earlier on today. We're into the third now, the evening set of matches, and the Lisbon Capitals, they're chasing 96 off of the next 10 overs, and we're going to see Hardeep Singh opening up the bowling for the Gorkha 11, where they take on, I saw a stat at one point, the 72nd ranked player, but however, we're underway here with Hardeep Singh, and this is just pushed into the offside, and he's off the mark straight away. I saw an interesting stat about Azhar Andani as he just gets himself off the mark. At one point, the 72nd highest ranked batsman in international T20 cricket. Not sure if that stat still stands. However, at one point, that's a pretty good scout to say where you are at the moment in the world cricket rankings, ICC rankings. But a very warm welcome back to everyone, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you are, do subscribe. And to everyone in FanCode, so I say on FanCode, watching in India, a very good evening to you. It's been a long day, longer than what we're used to over the last couple of days. Starting to slow my words. Hardeep Singh is going to continue on here. Well, this one, well, just proof the pitch is misbehaving more and more and more. And this one just dies as soon as it hits the pitch. As well, just to let this one flow through. If you are on the YouTube channel, get involved in the live chat, make an account, subscribe to the European Cricket Network YouTube channel, and get involved in the live chat. Do appreciate all of your contributions, as it's just myself on solo comms here in Portugal. And that's an outstanding delivery. It does Salam Ryan, all ends up, squares him up completely. Almost just sort of spreads his legs and just fends at this one, really. And Hardeep Singh, well, he's telling the keeper to bring himself up. So this is a real test of Rushan Singh's abilities here as a keeper. Hardeep Singh certainly not slow. Interesting to see how he deals with the pressure here. And I'm telling you now, with the sun and the heat, till its worst, 30 degrees bang on. Probably the highest it's been. We might have had 32 at one point, but it wasn't for long. But it's just constant dry heat here in the centre of Portugal. And this time it's the slower delivery, and Ryan just pushes this. And this time Ryan comes through safely for the single. That's a skipper there in the covers. Tapa, who I'm sure we will also see the ball later. Steve Cook reminded me, forgot one bit. And if you haven't already done so, please click the thumbs up, the like button. Let's just know that you're enjoying what you're seeing here on the broadcast. And this is a good shot again, straight to the fielder. Puts the dive in. It's a good dive, worth it. And unsurprisingly so, there's some noise coming out from the Gorkha 11 out in the stand. There's a bit of back and forth between the two teams, all within the spirit of game, of course, throughout the first innings. Nothing wrong with it. Encourage it almost, as long as it's within the spirit of the game and doesn't get nasty. Oh, there was a few noises there. He's called him through for the single. Well, it could be close. And he turns it down. And it was a very interesting call. He set himself off. Take another look here. I didn't really know. Well, that's really close. I have to rock that one back to see. I think they are just waiting. They might go upstairs possibly. And the umpires, I think so we're just going to let that one go, but we're going to get another look at it. You take a look here. We get the luxury of seeing it in slow-mo, frame by frame. And the bails have gone there. It's whiskers, it's inches, millimeters. But it brings us to the end of that over. So 4 off of the first over. And the robot jumping in saying Sunday night European cricket couch is a wonderful place to be. Certainly is. Me and my comms chair. Getting used to me now. And Steve saying he's good lady's giving him the call. Have a good evening. So we'll see you later as Manjit Singh into the attack, and he had a good day with the ball, taking 3 for 12 off of his 2 overs in the previous game up against Marlow. Obviously in vain as there was no success. And that's a textbook cut shot. That's going to split the fielders, and the batsman, well, he got a bit of a lucky break, Azad Andani, and he's going to make them pay now as this one is slotted through the infield, and it's going to be 4 runs to the total. The first boundary here of the response from the Lisbon Capitals. This is up in the air, there's a man there, and he's gone. And once again, the main batsman for the Lisbon Capitals has failed. And well, he got an extra life and he's not made the most of it. And this one just being held back, bit of a wobble seam. Just gets popped up to the man at point and he has to go. And there's a celebration, bit of a send-off. But Azad Andani yet again failing in this tournament, has to go for 6. And the Lisbon Capitals are 9 for 1. And Shrug just asking, so Charlie, what is the bat building you're commentating from? Well, I'm actually not in that building. So up there you've got the officials, tournament referee, and the scorers up in that building. I am positioned, very lovely positioned at what is the equivalent of just over the long off boundary. So getting a good view from behind the bowler's arm as Parth Juljant is the new batsman coming to the crease now. And well, just needs a bit of a move on here as Salam Lions are 3 off of 5. And they've lost the other opener early in Azad Andani. Yet again, failing with the bat. And that is going to be given as a wide. It certainly was wide, but he was given the license to go ahead and play that through. However, getting nothing on it. But again, a good take from Roshan Singh. Jan, obviously the wicket-keeper for the Lisbon Capitals. And that's a good delivery again. Stays a little bit low, skids on through. And well watched again from Roshan Singh. He stays low right to the very last second. And he rises with the ball. And as I say, it's one of my favourite abilities of a keeper to be able to stay as low as possible and rise with the ball. That's a big appeal. And almost instantly the finger rises and he's going to have to go. So Parth Juljant goes without troubling the scorers, goes for a duck. And the Lisbon Capitals now fall to 10 for 2. So things go from bad to worse. So Juljant has to go plump. He's been given outside leg before wickets. We take another look here. He steps across, and as soon as you step across, if you miss it, 9 times out of 10, it's hit him so low on the pad. He's deep in the crease. Everything going against him there as a batsman. It's a good call from umpire Bucks. Straight away, everything clicked. Little tick list, one after the other. Green lights everywhere, and he has to go. Shrug saying, we need Charlie Cam like in Germany. Well, if you do want to see me, I'm not sure why you would. You scroll right to the start of the broadcast. There's a little introduction, and there's a toss video as well. So if you want to scroll all the way, beauty of watching on YouTube, you can scroll to and from anywhere in the broadcast over the last few hours. There is that option if you want to go and see me there. Dixit Patel, the new batsman, on the drive early on. Turns around, and I think he knows who the fielder was. There's an appeal, and we're going to go upstairs. So, instantly calling upstairs. This is going to be very interesting. It was a direct hit, and I think he turned around and said, well, I don't want to take Mehdi on. And we take a look here. I think he's gone, and he's gone. That's outstanding work from Suman Mehdi. And the other opener, Sanam Ryan, when he's going to have to make the distance, he's going to walk. That's an absolutely outstanding piece of work from Suman Mehdi. The signal's up. He knows he's gone. An outstanding work again by the crew here today to provide us the exceptional LRS. Got Ms. Lavian and Daniel doing an outstanding job here for us here in Portugal. But another wicket falls, and the Lisbon, it gets even worse. 10 for 3. And it was, as I said, that Dixit Patel turned around and turned him down for the run, and rightly so, because Mehdi has an absolute bullet arm, an accuracy to match, and it caused a massive upset. And now the Lisbon Capitals are so, you can see here, it goes straight to him. He just comes around and releases like a bullet. You can see he turns around and says, no, I don't want that run. And it's a lazy effort to get back. Doesn't make the most of the effort, and he has to go. Standing work here in the field from the Gorka 11. What an over, 2 for 1 off of Goodman's first over. We're now going to see Hardeep Singh continue. This is just fended back to the bowler, met with the full face in the back, as the new batsman is Taj Mohammed. This is hit into the leg side. That's going to sail over the head. That's going to run away. 2 bounces. A well-welcomed boundary here for the Lisbon Capitals, and they're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get anywhere near the total here. Flicked off the leg of Taj Mohammed. Taj Mohammed coming in at number 5. Got a huge job to do. 14 for 3 now. 82 runs required off of 46 deliveries. That run rate now creeping up to almost 11. And this is just checked back into the offside. And it's just a dot ball. So Taj Mohammed alongside Dixit Patel, they've got a big rebuilding session here. It's a good take from the keeper. Doesn't take it entirely cleanly, however, it's enough on it to stop it from going from any more, especially when you're standing up to a pace bowler such as Hardeep Singh. As long as you stop it, there's not much more you can ask for, really, especially off of a bouncer. This time finds a genuine outside edge. It's going to run away. And at this point, you take them however they come. It's 4 in the book. And it's cuatro corridas here for the Lisbon Capitals. Even in a difficult situation like this, as they now move to 18 for 3, the Lisbon Capitals in the stand watching on, still shouting words of advice and support for the 2 out in the middle at the moment. And interestingly, after being called up by the bowler, he's now been pushed back after that. It's a genuine edge. And Shrug calling it, saying it's a regulation catch if the keeper was standing back. And he is now. He's listening to you, Shrug. This is just dug out. And this time they will take on Suman Mehdi. Has to put the brakes on. He gets a bit of a skid in there as well. Forgot to put the handbrake on. And that is going to bring us to the end of the third. So 19 for 3 after the power play. And taking a very different approach to the one of Gorka 11 are the Lisbon Capitals. Not going for a conservative opportunity here, making the most. However, they are 3 down after 3. And Dikshit Patel has only faced the 1 delivery, but Taj Mohammed is 9 off 6. And we're going to see the introduction of the bullet arm, golden arm. We're going to see Suman Gimini into the attack. And a reminder, we're now on 405 total matches without a golden ball. The wait continues as we turn to live action. This is hit well. There is a man out there. It's another man who's got a golden arm at the moment. Manjit Guman, who is going to feel a little bit harsh done by being taken off, but he's probably just being held back. 2 for 6 off of his first over. Outstanding figures for him. And again, this time, back of the length. Good take from the keeper. There's half of an appeal, and I think it was in a little bit of a comedic effect. I think he knew that was certainly going to be going down leg, but it's worth an appeal. If you don't ask, you don't get. And again, you don't buy a lottery ticket, you can't win. And it has been signalled eventually as leg buys. Looks to go big into the leg, offside, and that's going to go all the way. That's going to be another maximum, and that's going to be a Maximo here in Portugal. And that man again, Taj Mohammed, looking confident at the crease at the moment. He now moves along to 16 off of 8 deliveries. And if he can stick around here for the next couple of overs, the Lisbon Capitals are going to be in with a shout. Looking to go big, and we're going to get another look at the limited review system signalled by umpire Faf. And well, has to say, the Gorka 11, they seem confident, and if they get this, then you feel that's going to be a big turning point in this game. But we're going to have another look as we go upstairs. So, comes out of the crease, could be close if he takes them. I think he's gone here. Yeah, he's gone. That's outstanding work by the keeper. And Rushan Singh, quick behind the stumps, and he's going to have to go. Signal's given, and he's got the man, so there's a reason for his confidence. Taj Mohammed looking to go big again, but things go from bad to worse again for the Lisbon Capitals, and the in-batsman has to go. And the Lisbon Capitals, they now fall to 27 for 4. So, new batsman to the crease. And, well, he saw him with the ball early, but he's got a chance now. He's got to save the match here for his team. Salam Akbari. This one lifts off of a length. What a first delivery to face. Hits into the gloves of the batsman. But again, a good over. Getting the breakthrough. 1 for 7 off of his first over from Suman Gimini. And at the end of the 4th, the Lisbon Capitals struggling here, 27 for 4. And we get to take a look at the schedule over the next few weeks. And the 1st of August, we start with the European Cricket Series out in Dresden. Then we move to Krefeld, so 4 weeks in Germany. Then we move to Belgium. Then after that, we've got the European Cricket Championship, the all-important international T10 tournament, starting on the 12th of September, all out from the Cartama Oval out in Malaga. And Manjit Singh into the attack, and Manjit Singh with the mark with the single. Kitty saying, I was hoping Limpin will win. Well, you never know. Never count them out. It's not over till the fat lady sings, but going to be a difficult shout here, and this is just played well to the offside to Gimini, and he comes through just the one run. So Patel just sat on one off of his 4 deliveries. Akbari off the mark with just the one as well. Well, this is hit well, picked up well, flicked off the legs, and it's halfway into the stand, and it's 6 corridas from Dikshit Patel, and it's 6 to the total for the Capitals. This was dropped short and on the angle, makes it 10 times easier, and he's not going to miss out, is Patel. He's going to need a few more of those if the Capitals are going to have it, be within any chance of getting towards this total. And he gets a bit of battle on this one. It's a fine tip. Oh, well, it's all gone wrong. They started to run, and the Lisbon Capitals, it goes from bad to worse to, hey, what again? Even worse. Take a look here. Got a bit of a tickle on it. It was straight to the man. They both set off, meet halfway, and just goes, well, actually, I'm not going to get there. And just turns around and says no. So you have to say that that's really Akbari's call. But he started going halfway and then turned around and says, well, actually, I don't quite fancy it. And it's another wicket. And the Lisbon Capitals, they now fall to 35 for 5. And the new batsman, Aslan Asim, not a lot of pressure on him now. Can't expect your number 7 batsman to come in and score 61 runs, or 61 runs off of 32 deliveries. Again across the batsman, it just makes the angle ever so tricky. Manjit Singh, he knows what he's doing. He knows that sometimes he's going to be flipped into the leg side. However, if you get it right, it's almost unplayable. Missing out there. It's a shorter delivery. And Aslan Naseem will feel that he's missed out there. And that brings us to the close of the 5th. And at the halfway stage, Capitals struggling here, 35 for 5. So it gives me an opportunity as we move into the 6th over. If you've got any random questions, let's have a random question time. Get them in. Get any questions you want about anything to do with anything, any topic. As Kadimi continues, and this is going to be pushing to the offside. Should just be the one run. Talks of a second. I don't think they're going to take it on, and they don't. But no, let's get these random questions in, whether it's on my Instagram at CJ_Hunt C_ or on the YouTube live chat. Get them in and let me know. And give it trying to dart this one in, but this time it's just going to be a dot ball. And again, just fended into the offside. This time they'll come through for the one run. There's a possibility of buzz as well. It gets through, but a good bit of double backing up. And there's a bit of a giggle, but Hardeep Singh was there to pick up the pieces. And they come through. And again, hit well by Salam Akbari. It's just for one. Well, there's possibilities. They're going to take him on. They go to the keeper's end, and he does eventually come back. So Manjit Singh gets that one all wrong, and it cost them a run. Shrug. Random question. Favourite James Bond? Well, I might be showing my age in the other way that you would expect. I'm actually only 20 years of age, so I have to say Daniel Craig is what I've grown up with. Goes big into the offside. There's no one out covering this one, and it looks like it's going to go for another boundary, and it's another 4 runs to the total. Sailed over the infield, this one. And just giving it a little bit too much width. And when you've got square boundaries like that, it's just one bounce 4. Doesn't take much to get over. But a good shot from Akbari nonetheless. And this is hit again. And this will split the field again, so it's consecutive boundaries. So Akbari looking pretty comfortable at the moment when it's full and wide. And he manages to squirt this through the infield, and it's going to race away. And a very good afternoon to Housey, who I'm assuming is still out in Rome. Might have to let me know if that's correct or not, Housey. Hope you're well. If you are, even if you are, I'm sure you've had a relaxing day. This could be close, but they come through, and again, it's good running. Actually, I'm going to correct that. I think Housey might be back home. Housey is part of the team and was out in Rome over the last, and out in Italy over the last couple of weeks. You'll have to let me know. And that brings us to the end of the 6th, and the Capitals are 49 for 5. And Kitty Hunley asking, what other sports do you all like? Well, I'm a bit of a fan of, obviously, I quite fancy football. I like my tennis as well, my paddle tennis more so. Paddle tennis, obviously, it's a mixture of squash and tennis. If you don't know what it is, look it up. Some great highlights on YouTube. It's an outstanding game. Alongside, I also love a bit of golf as well. And this one comes across. He's asking the question. Looks at the square leg, but I don't know what the square leg umpire is going to really do about it. Can't really see from that angle. And this is just respected back to the bowler again. I think they just need to worry about their net run rate now. Don't want to be getting bowled out here to the Lisbon Capitals, as you never know. It could come down to net run rate. There's a chance here. It's been palmed down. Well, Manjit Singh can't buy a wicket at the moment. It's an opportunity that goes begging once again. As I say, I'm on my own in this comms box, but I've had a friend with me all day. There's just this one little fly that won't leave me alone, and it's just been doing my head in all day. And I think it's even brought a friend in. This is hit big into the leg side, and watch out flies, because that's flying through the air, and that's going to be Seis Carreras here in Portugal. Manjit Singh, the over goes from bad to worse, the drop, and now being dispatched back over his head. A test of character here for the spinner. Housey, sent him a little message. The man behind the account, Spain for Sports, said he's back at home or in Italy still. Well, he's just simply sent me a photo of lovely Moretti, and they come through for the 1 run. So I'm pretty sure that gives me my answer. I hope you're well, Andy, and obviously send my wishes to all of the crew out there as well. And obviously everyone alongside the blue crew, comms crew and production, and anyone else in between. Been doing an outstanding job out in Italy. Be providing absolutely, oh dear. Well, it's all happening here. Misfield, wide. Possibility of a run. Ends up getting turned away. Ends up just being the wide ball. And James should asking Charlie, is that real tennis with the Tamba? I'll answer that one after this delivery. And this is swatted into the leg side. It's just going to be 1 run. But so paddles, it's played with a bit of a different racket, to be fair. And at the end of the 7th, Lisbon Capitals 59 for 5. It is played with a different racket. It's a smaller racket, more sort of carbon fibery sort of type of material, and then it's played in the combands of 4 glass walls, as you get to have a look again at the other schedule. Lost my train of thought completely there. But no, so yeah, paddle tennis. Certainly do give it a watch. It's an outstanding sport. Mostly played in Latin America and Spain as well. Again, like cricket, slowly getting across into Europe. And that one's just going to come through as the skipper. And James should just say that he was thinking of the really old indoor tennis. Paddle is outstanding. In fact, see if I can work some magic. And it is Tapper who has been brought into the attack. Now he's brought himself in. This is short. Well, there's another appeal, and we're going to get another look at the LRS. And I tell you what, I think he's already walking. So we're not really going to need the LRS. He's going, and that's an outstanding bit of work from the keeper. Well, that's absolutely incredible piece of work. Gulshan Singh, take a bow. That's a quicker delivery. He's waiting around, but I think he knows. And Naseem is going to have to go, and he's eventually given. So he has to go. But what a bit of work that was from Gulshan Singh. Take a bow. Brings the new batsman to the crease. But what a bit of work that was. Shrug asking if I've seen pickleball. I can't say I haven't. But I'm certainly going to give that a bit of a Google later on. Just going to drop a video in. So this is an example of the best paddle point. As this is a bump ball played back to Tapper, and it's another dot ball. So this is a good over from Tapper. 1 run coming off it alongside the wicket. Oh, I already like the name of pickleball, has to be said. And again, good bit of work once again. And I have to say, we've seen some outstanding keeping over the last few days. I have seen pickleball. I stand corrected. I just wasn't sure it was called pickleball. No, it's just smaller rackets and a bit of a different ball and smaller courts. It's very fun. It goes big into the offside. It's going to take some cutting off, but it just checks and plugs in the ground, and Manjit Singh comes through to cut that off, and it's just going to be one run. It's a good bit of work out in the deep nonetheless. Looking to go big into the leg side, but gets nothing on it. It's down the leg side, so it will be a wide ball. He's going to have to bowl that one again. Come through again, so 2 wides. Kitty saying it looks like an interesting sport. It certainly is. Do get some more random questions in. Thoroughly enjoying it. Obviously, we've got another game coming up after this one. This is short again. And once again, Gulshan Singh. Outstanding keeping. And I know if Vinny's watching, he can appreciate that. This is again down the leg side, and he gets a good glove on this one, does Singh, and they come through for another run. So not the end to the over that Tapper would have wanted. Oh, this is hit well again. This is punished. This is flat, and this has gone all the way. Says Caridas here in Portugal, and Akbari looking comfortable at the crease, and he's about the only one at the moment. And what an end to the over. Not the end to the over that Tapper would have wanted, though, as after going comfortably for the first 3 balls, he went wide 1, wide dot, wide 6. And Kitty asking the question, can Lisbon do the unthinkable here? Well, it's 24 off of 12. And Akbari, if he stays there, then we could be seeing something interesting. You see the worm. Well, they're now technically ahead of the run rate. So things going in and out. All but out of this a few overs ago. But an over like that, 13 off it. Things still alive. And we're going to see one of the go-to bowlers for the Gorka 11 here coming into the attack, as we're going to see the return of Amandeep Gurman, who wow, this is flown through. It's going to take some cutting off, and it's a great bit of work from Gimini. Body on the line. They're going to come through for the second, and it's again a good piece of work. So yeah, he's hit this hard. It's a good attempt at the return catch, but an exceptional bit of work. And Kitty reckons it's all going to happen in the 9th. Well, that's straight to the bowler, and it's another wicket here. And it's that man again, Amandeep Gurman. So he gets another wicket to his name, and that's his 3rd. Again, just proving to be a bit of a difficult customer to deal with as a batsman. And just a simple catch. Gets a celebration in there as well. But this game still not over. Going at 12. You need to go at 2 a ball. A couple boundaries. It's going to change things up here. And there's a Kitty. I believe it's Kitty. Asked, what about Jai? I think you mean Jai Alai. And I have seen that before. I know there's a similar spot in the Basque region of Spain. It's again a very interesting and intense sport. And hits this well into the leg side. However, there is a man out there, and it's that man does a good job, as that was Manjit Singh doing the work. So it brings the dangerous, the man who they're going to be relying on now here. It's Sadam Akbari, 22 off of 13. He's going to need to hit a couple boundaries in this over. That's not going to be one of them, but he manages to squeeze this through, and they're going to come through for 1 run. So Mittal Patel, he did the job in the field, got 3 catches and fielded very well. Got a lot of work to do here. Well, this is a bottom edge. Comes off the keeper and recovers well, and it's just the 1 run. And again brings Akbari back on strike. So what is it now? 19 off of 7. If they can get a boundary here, a 6 here would be ideal for the Capitals. And he does. He's gone high. There's a man under it. And it's Suman Gimini. He doesn't drop them. And it's another wicket for Amandeep Gurman. That's his 4th in this game. And he ends up finishing with figures of 4 for 11. Outstanding piece of bowling from him. And he gets the dangerous Sadam Akbari. He has to go. And that wicket means that Lisbon Capitals are now 77 for 8. He has to go, and it brings the new man to the crease. You almost feel that that could be curtains on this game. You just never know here on the European Cricket Network. So, comes down to the last, and we've got Tapper to finish it off here. Oh, that's going to help proceedings. That's going to be 6 runs, straight down the ground, slot delivery. And it's going to be Seis Caridas here in Portugal. Well, that changes things up a little bit here. It was deep in his crease. Deep in his crease, made it into a slot delivery. He's still deep in his crease. Can Tapper have a response? Well, interestingly enough here, it was a pretty similar delivery, but he was already on the back foot trying to play this into the leg side. Just wonder. This game certainly isn't over now. He's hit this well, and Gimini is the man out there to attack it. He gets there and does outstanding work. Keeps it to just the one. And Suman Gimini, absolutely electric. The Duracell bunny. It's a slower delivery, but a rare mistake from Singh, the keeper, and they end up coming through for a bye. That's actually a leg bye, pardon me. But again, Gimini setting the standards in the field. So, what is it now? 12 off of 3. Sorry, 11 off of 2, correction. Need a boundary. If they're going to have any chance here, it's got to be a boundary. Into the leg side. There's no one there. It's going to go. It's going to be 4 runs. So still an opportunity here for a golden ball. We need 6 here. This is the closest we've come in what feels like 405 matches. We need 6 runs here to go to a golden ball. And all of a sudden, a man goes out to deep mid-wicket. And there you go. In the event of a golden ball, if a tie, there is a golden ball. Batting team needs 2 or more runs to win. But we're not there yet. We need 6 runs here. Here we go. He's hit this well, and we've got it. We have a golden ball. It's happened. It's taken 405 matches, but we've got a golden ball. It's happening here in Portugal. I hope Corey's watching. He's going to be furious. Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, what a day we've had here, and we've got a golden ball. Oh my word, 405 matches, and we've got one. It's only taken 405 matches, 3 months or so, but it's happened. It's on. I'm out of my chair. I don't know how to react. I have to say, this is also my first golden ball on air, but it's going to be interesting now. So, it's a golden ball, and it has to be so. Just have to compose myself. There's a bit of confusion in the middle as to what happens now. Shubhanand, who is the integrity officer at the moment, he's dealt with many of these. Wow, 405 matches, and we've got one. Well, I am almost speechless. It's come down to this. So, in the equation of a golden ball, it's very simple. The batting team need 2 or more. And there we go. Batting team needs 2 or more runs to win. Otherwise, the fielding team wins. So the equation's simple. 2 runs to win. 2 runs to win for the Lisbon Capitals off of the 1 golden ball. I can't believe it's happened. 405 games it's taken. We can reset the counter. And as I looked around the ground, I was up off my seat. Scorers were up. Everyone in the clubhouse, the gamblers are watching on as they'll be taking part in the next game. And, well, because of this, there may end up being a bit of a delay, but we'll have to wait. So, the batting team, Lisbon Capitals to win here. So, and it's going to be that man on strike. Mitul Patel, he didn't put a foot wrong in the field. 3 catches out in the deep at long off. And now, he just needs to hit 2 runs to win the game. Wow, what a privilege this is. This is my first ever golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. And there's confusion now. Who's going to be bowling it? It's the 1 delivery. So there you go. The scores are tied. At the end of 10 overs, we can't split the 2 teams. 95 apiece. And it comes down to this. The Lorca Capitals need 2 off of the golden ball. And it's going to be no one other than Suman Gimidi, the man with the golden arm. But here we go. It's the golden ball. And the Lisbon Capitals need 2 to win. They're still shouting from every angle on the ground. And it is going to be Gimidi. So, 2 runs required. As it's golden ball time, we've waited so long. 3 months, 405 matches without one. But we've got one now, and it's Gimidi. It's short. They come through, and it evades. It evades the fielder, and it runs away towards the boundary. And the Lisbon Capitals have done it in absolute style. It's a French cut. It goes through the wicketkeeper, through the fielder, and it runs away towards the boundary. And what a way to get your first win in the tournament for the Capitals. Elation around the ground. And what a moment we have just seen. We've waited so long to see a golden ball here on the European Cricket Network. 405 matches. I repeat, 405 matches. And the Lisbon Capitals get a French cut, a bottom nick. It runs away towards the boundary. We take another look here. It's a short delivery, but it stays low. And the fielder, well, you just feel for him, don't you? You just feel he just couldn't get there. An elation as they sprinted onto the pitch. And what a match we've just had. Well, match number 9. And the Lisbon Capitals, they tied with Gorka 11, but the Lisbon Capitals went on to win the golden ball. Well, well, well. We take a look at the highlights here. And what a day. This will be remembered by everyone around Europe. Any fans of the European Cricket Network. We've waited so long for a golden ball. And you just felt, it just came out of nowhere. That man came to the crease for the Lisbon Capitals. It was Mitul Patel who ended up on 90, not out for 7. And he hit, and what was required off of the last 2 deliveries, it was 11 needed off of the last 2 deliveries, and there was 4 to the deep mid wicket, and then there was a 6 over long on. And what a way to get us into the evening here. And take a look at the rest of the highlights. There was some outstanding bowling, it has to be said, and you do feel for Gorka 11. They bowled well, but you just question whether that conservative start at the top of their innings was the way to go, and it's cost them here as they lose on the golden ball. Outstanding work from the keeper all throughout this game. Rushan Singh, incredible work, but it wasn't enough. And eventually we got towards the golden ball. As we get towards the end of the highlights. But it was that man, you have to say, there was a couple batsmen in the middle order. Sadam Akbari, 23 off of 15, 2 4s and a 6 to his name. alongside Mitul Patel. And what a day he had in the field. 3 catches to his name, and then to top it off, he hits the winning runs off the golden ball and gets his team to the golden ball stage. And here we go. Well, this was the final bit. Well, that was the first bit of amazing work. Had to go upstairs, but it was pretty much certain as Naseem had to walk. And then that was dispatched over the offside as we get ever closer to the highlight of the final over. This one straight back to the bowler, and well, figures of 4 for 11 for Amandeep Guman, but it's very rare that you'll see you have figures for 4-11 off of 2 overs and still come out on the losing side. And again, well, you feel from he gets the signal there, and then this was it, the final. And well, they needed a 6 to force this one into the leg side. This was it. They needed 11 off of the 10 off of the last 2 for a golden ball, 11 to win. That was the 4. And this one, Tapper, the skipper, took it on himself, and it flew over the boundary for 6 runs. And then it all came down to a golden ball. And you can see that was before the golden balls even happened. There were celebrations. They managed to get to it, but it was that man, the golden arm, but it wasn't golden this time, as this one run away through towards the fine leg boundary. And it ended up flowing through, and there were celebrations all round. What a game we've just had. Match number 9 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the first golden ball in over 3 months. My name's been Charlie Hunt. Don't go anywhere. We are back in just a few moments for match number 10. We'll be back in just a few moments. A very warm welcome back to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in Coimbra, where we are just on the back of witnessing the first golden ball in 405 matches. And well, if you think that the action stops there, it clearly doesn't, as we've now got match 10 coming up, where Gamblers SC, they are making their way back out onto the field today for their second game. They'll be taking on the Lisbon Capitals, and you can see there that the Gamblers, they decided to go ahead and bowl first after winning the toss. And again, it'll be interesting to see how much they're going to rely on Cambodge, along with Angus Kumar as well, and Jay Prakash as well. But again, looking at the Lisbon Capitals, well, there's a man there who name will go down in history, ending the longest ever wait for a golden ball, Mitul Patel. But not only did he did that, he ended up going on and winning the golden ball for his team. You join me, Charlie Hunt, for the FanCode European Cricket T10 here, whether you're watching on YouTube, on our YouTube European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. A very good afternoon, good evening to you. And we're almost ready to get underway, and you can see there's a bit of a change in the officials. We've got tournament referee making his way out to the middle, Tyrone Peters, getting in on the action, and he's joined by young Faf Stoneman, who I have confirmed that him and his father in the golden ball match were the first father and son. We're getting underway here, and this is just dropped and ran by the skipper Azan Andani, and he's off the mark straight away. And no surprise that the Lisbon Capitals are vocal more than ever on the sidelines. But again, a huge thank you to everyone who's been watching and was involved in that golden ball. Again, incredible scenes here in Coimbra. And no surprise there, as Manjit Singh straight in on the money again. Saddam Ryan did struggle in the last game for the Lisbon Capitals, and he's going 3 off 5, but he was dismissed with an outstanding, and it has to be said, an outstanding throw from Suman Ginami. And this is just played with a full face of the bat, and they come through for a single. Good running early on here for the Capitals. If you're on the YouTube live stream, do get involved in the chat. And I know that there would have been many people who would have been watching and tuning in for that golden ball. Something you only see here on the European Cricket Network. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage for that game. We carry on here. And this is off the pad. Appeals, but put down straight away by Tyrone. And ties up, signals, leg buys. Tyrone, obviously, one of our more featured umpires over the last few tournaments, over the last few days. Brings Ryan back on strike. Was looking to play this one late. It's well taken by Kuldeep Golia, who again will be looking to be key for the Gamblers here. So now every team in this tournament has got a victory, which is what you like to see, and just spices things up in the standings just even more now. And again, met with the face of the bat. Was looking for a quick single, but gets turned away. So everyone now has a win to their name. Just spices things up. And there's the bat versus ball at the end of the first over. Just 3 coming off it. Lisbon Capitals 3 for none. So the bat versus ball putting, well, there's clearly a bit of an issue there, as well saying that the Lisbon Capitals is only going to be averaging 11 runs against them. So, bit of a mistake there. Do apologise, but it's going to be a very interesting contest nonetheless. And this time, as Kamboj is the new bowler, again off the pads and they come through for a single. And again, no surprise that it is Nitin Kamboj, the opening partner for the Gamblers, and that's going to be a wide signal by young Faf Stoneman. Once again, if you are in the YouTube chat, do let us know where you're watching from. And thoroughly enjoy everyone's inputs over the last few hours today. Stream's been going for over 8 hours now. And again, just played into the offside. Oh, there's an appeal here. We're going to go upstairs as there's a direct hit. Could be close here. We're going to be able to have to take a look at the side on view. Tyrone Peters at square leg calling for the view, but I think the feelings are here that the skipper's gone again cheaply. And I think he is going to be gone. And he has. Well, that's absolutely incredible work by the man out in the deep. And it takes something incredible to remove a player of Azan Andani's standards. But Amandeep Kokar with an outstanding piece of fielding. And the signal's given and he has to go. And, well, what a way to start this over here. Take another look here. It was just pushed again into the offside. Done this plenty of times. That man just slinging it through. And it took something very, very impressive to do so. And he provided. And with one stump to aim at, the Lisbon Capitals, they never make it easy for themselves, do they? And we know that from past history. Look at the last game. Left it right till the end. Took it to a golden ball. And then ended up going through and winning. But they lose an early wicket, and now they are 5 for 1. There's an edge, and it evades the diving Kuldeep Walia, and then there's a great effort out by Devendra Mella, but isn't able to cut this one off, and this is going to fly away for 4 runs. Take a look at the replay. Kirsty editing. Hey Charlie, hi everybody. Looking forward to being there tomorrow again for a couple of days. We've missed you, Kirsty. Looking forward to get you back over here. Plenty of cricket still to come here in Portugal. Full on the drive. Hits this well, but it's straight to Kamal Sharma. Good work from him, and they come through for just a single. And that is, the new batsman is interesting. Taj Mohammed, who's been promoted here. So, no, Mitul Patel. Be interesting to see when he is put into bat. But still outstanding to just reminisce on what we saw in the previous game. Game number 9. Golden ball wait is over. Down the leg side, and they were thinking of coming through for the run, but they don't do so, and that brings us to a victory that's going to have to be bowled again, as that was a wide delivery. Brendan Clark saying wet day in England today. Well, it certainly was. Obviously, England and South Africa getting washed away. And obviously, there's a few South Africans here on the crew. They certainly weren't happy after being in a pretty comfortable position, but they share the series. And this is driven again straight to the man, and it's a good bit of fielding. It prevents an extra run. And this one really pushing him for pace. Pushes this one through. Manages to get a bit of glove on this one. It's going to run away. Brings us to the close of the second. And the Capitals are 12 for 1. Good to see Wazza in there as well. Much appreciate all of your company. Just myself here in the commentary box here in Portugal. Fun fact, never done anything done any commentary alongside someone for a long period of time. But more importantly, we get to take a look at the standings, and there you go, Lisbon Capitals. Well, after that outstanding victory, they're still bottom of the table, but they got a chance here to go into the mid-table, jump up to 4th, as a victory over Gamblers would send them to the bottom of the table. And Manjit Singh continuing on here, starts off well in the 3rd over here. Kitty Hanley in the chat as well. Mike Sill as well. Much appreciated all of your inputs for and throughout the day. But we've still got a full T10 game coming here. And that's an outstanding delivery. So good that it almost does everyone for the kipper. It's just a dot ball. Salam Ryan. Just chewing up a few balls here. He's now 2 off of 9. Just wonder, just needs to try and swing, just get something away. Well, this time he hits this well, but it's straight to the man. And there's a mix-up again. Well, it was taken cleanly. There's a shot at both ends. And again, well, it's all happening here on the European Cricket Network. The last sort of hour or so has been some insane cricket. And he would have made his ground, but I think the other issue was at the other end. Kirsty with an interesting comment. So Charlie, here you're a paddle fan. Chris, some of the other nights, Pedro and Tony play every week. Do you fancy a game? Certainly do. Just received a message from the Coimbra Knights on Twitter. I would absolutely love to get involved, so I'd love to get that arranged at some point. Again, driven well. And this time they do take on the run. And they do eventually come through for the 1 run. So, a good fair amount of dots over the last few overs. And this is looking like it might be one of the cheapest power play for the Gamblers here, as it's now looking like if they can get another dot ball here, then they're going to be pretty happy after the power play. That was a good delivery from Manjit Singh. Kirsty's saying she's working in hospitality, looking after all of us, and she certainly is. And Kirsty, you're doing an absolutely fantastic job, and it's so appreciated. Without anything that you guys do for us, as that's just played into the offside for a 1 run down to 3rd man. Without anything that you guys do for us, then we wouldn't have any fuel or any energy to bring the coverage here, and that brings us to the end of the power play. And after 3 overs, Lisbon Capitals are 14 for 1. Take a look at the worm here after, actually not the worm. Just take a look at what the story is. Obviously losing that wicket in the 2nd. And the robot's alive and kicking. And the word on the street in Portugal is that Kirsty Redhead is responsible for the greatest teas in the world of cricket. Now, I know if you ask a few people around here, they will certainly back that statement up, that's for sure. Delicious food over the last couple of days, it does have to be said. Looking forward to whatever we have tonight, that's for sure. And we're going to see Shahidul Rahman coming into the attack now. Again, bit of left arm. This one stays low, and the keeper does well to prevent this from flowing through. And I think he might have done himself a bit of an injury as he looked as if he took it on the side of the foot. I think he's going to be okay. He's in a bit of pain here. Serious amount of discomfort. There was a very hollow sound when it went through. Might be asking for the magic spray. Looks like he's okay for now. Just played into the offside, and again, this is better running. I prefer this. If you set up confidently and you set up pretty early and there's clear communication, there's almost a run every single time. You can easily rack up the runs there, as you are going to get the 1 or 2 loose deliveries, the Gundy balls. And if you can punish those, then you're in with a shout of setting a decent target. I can tell you that it is very much a scorcher of an evening. Temperatures slowly starting to rise, but it's been very warm over the last few hours that we've been here at the ground today. Obviously a bit of an extended day. Going for the big booming drive. It doesn't connect on this one, and it's a dot ball. Wazza saying, does magic spray even work, or is it more of a placebo? I don't know, to be perfectly honest with you. I think it's more of the swelling, and the swelling is obviously where you get the thumping pain from an impact injury. But I think that it has to take a little bit of an effect. I think a placebo is more of something that you went to the school nurse. Now in my day, even if you had a serious injury, all they turn around and go was, well, here's a wet paper towel, you'll be fine. And Brendan saying years ago, all looking forward to the sandwiches. What did we get? Lettuce sandwiches. Well, lettuce sandwiches on the lowest of the lower tiers of cricket teas. And this is just flicked around the corner. It's a good shot from Ryan. He's looking to try and push on, as he is struggling here. Not the highest of strike rates here early on. You can see there at the moment, if they continue where they're going, and they're going to get around a score of 42. Big swing into leg side from Mohammed, and again down to third man, and they'll just come through for the single. Now there certainly is an effect from the cold spray. This is a bit of a wider delivery. Not being given. And that's going to bring us to the end of the fourth. And after 4 overs, the Lisbon Capitals find themselves 17 for 1. Well, this is an interesting... Just giving it... If we take a look at the start of the Italian Super Series, the final week of our Italian summer, and it starts tomorrow, 6:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European Time, 12 o'clock if you're in India. And, well, starts off with the double header of Gina Brescia taking on the Cricket Stars, and then matches 3 and 4, Albano taking on Fresh Tropical. Let me know, and I'm certainly going to be looking forward to watching that and tuning in. Maybe Vinny Sandu alongside Rico Phil, and they'll also have the special guest of Nikki Chowdhury next week, but we've now got Jay Prakash into the attack. Could be close here. Direct hit, and it would have been interesting, but they push the single and they come through safely. Kirsty Redhead saying she can't take full credit, and it's a very valid point. She has to say she does make a great team alongside Nina, Anna, Tracy, Mick, Joyce, and Santa. And they are those out in the clubhouse. And I know they've got the stream on, so if you have, give us a wave if you're outside. A huge thank you to all of the work you guys put in. This is hit into the leg side. He's not got all of it. He's not going to go all the way either. And they're going to come back. Really should be 2 there. And there's just a lack of intent from the Capitals at the moment. But no, a huge thank you to all the team at the clubhouse. They've been absolutely outstanding to all of us. Not only us, the players, everyone. A huge family here in Portugal. Mohamed looking to go big into the offside. He hasn't got all of this. And it's an outstanding catch from Kamal Sharma over his shoulder. Had to watch it all the way. And he gathers this one up. And Taj Mohamed has to go 8 off of 9 for him. And the Lisbon Capitals are 19 for 2. And the new batsman to the crease is Salam Akbari, and what an innings he played. It was a crucial innings. He ended up with 23 off of 15, 2 4s and a 6 in the previous game. And without his runs, then it wouldn't even have been close.
डाल दे अच्छा बोल अपने वाला वाह शाबाश सीधा डाल दे सीधा शाबाश बॉय
So Jay Prakash getting the breakthrough almost instantly here in the 5th over. Well, Salam Akbari looking to continue where he left off, and gets nothing of this, and it's just going to be a dot ball. This is down the leg side, and it's going to come through. They should do for the single, and they do. So bit of a wayward delivery from Jay Prakash, as signalled by umpire Tyrone Peters. And I'm just looking here, going back to cold spray from Waza, who's questioning it. Says cold play therapy works by cooling down injuries to numb pain and reduce swelling. When immediately applied to sprained or strained joints, reduces nerve activity and blood flow to the affected area. This reduces inflammation, swelling and pain signals to the brain. Well, there you go. Not just a placebo, Waza. An outstanding delivery and an even better take from Kuldeep Golia. And you have to say, once again, the keeping that's been on show over the last few nights has been top notch. Only the 4 off this over the big wicket as well. Don't forget. But there you go, Wazza. That's why just a little bit more than a placebo, but an understandable question. And this has been hit, and hit this time better than the last one. This is going to skip down the road, and it goes all the way for 4 runs. So a good way to end the 5th. And at the halfway stage, the Lisbon Capitals are 25 for 2. Jay Prakash letting this one slide down towards the offside. Too short, goes the distance. 4 runs for Salam Nayan. Take a look at the scorecard at the moment. No one really getting going. Ryan struggling here, 9 off of 17, eating up deliveries. You know, it only takes 8 more, and he's been there for a quarter. He's been there for... My maths was clearly wrong there. Only takes another 13 more, and he's been there for half of the deliveries, only scoring 9. So, needs to push on here for the Capitals. Alright, it's a good, again, right leg from the keeper, and it's going to be given down as byes. What was I saying? He's played for years, never used it. I've had to use it a couple times. I've had a bit of a rough time of injuries over the last couple of years. A few broken bones here and there. Not all to do with cricket, but some of them have stopped. All of them have stopped me playing cricket. A few metal rods and pins here and there. And again, looking to play this into the leg side. Just eating up plenty of deliveries now. That's 18. It's another dot ball. And there's a lot of information being shouted at the direction of Ryan. And again, just takes a wild swipe. And you have to question the adaptation to what's going on at the moment here from Ryan, with 6 runs on the off and 3 on the onside. Not quite clicking for him here. And the sun's gone behind some clouds. The sunnies are officially off. The lights will be turned on soon. Hits this into the leg side. Doesn't get all of it. It's going to take some cutting off. Goes for the boot. It's good work from Rajesh Balkrishna. And they come through safely for the second. This is good stuff from Rahman. Shahiyadur Rahman is bowling extremely well here. Only 3 off of this over so far. Well, he was trying to get fancy. Looked as if he was going to take on the scoop. There's a lot of room out there, but this time gets this one all wrong. Caught in 2 minds. He has to go 11 off of 21. And the Lisbon Capitals now 28 for 3. Right on the Yorker length. You see here, tries and takes a step away, fakes the scoop, but this time gets it all wrong. And he has to go. And you just wonder if that might be a bit of a blessing in disguise for the Capitals. As we almost reach towards the end of the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the YouTube chat, do say hello. You join me here on a beautiful evening at the Estadio Municipal de Manano do Corvo. And I can tell you now that Barry, the president of the Coimbra Knights, looks like he's on his way to stick the lights on. He's going to switch the switch and get those lights blaring onto the field. I feel like it's getting a little bit darker, almost a little bit quicker here this evening, but nonetheless, we continue. Down the leg side, misses everything, but there is a man, there's a backstop there. And they'll come through for a single. It's Vinny Sandu jumping in the chat saying, can't a guy take a dip in the Mediterranean on a Sunday without missing a golden ball? Well, Vinny, talk about timing, you just had to be there. Well, that would normally be the case, but you could just simply rewind and watch it all as if it was live here on the YouTube channel. Good to have you, and I hope you enjoyed your day off of comms duty. There's an appeal. Not too sure as to what for, but it's a dot ball to finish. And another tidy over from Rahman as he finishes with stats of 1 for 6 off of his 2 overs. And at the end of the 6th, Lisbon Capitals 30 for 3. There you go. Outstanding figures. Praveen Singh, 2 overs, none for 4. Nitin Kamboj, 1 for 8, 1 over 8 runs. But Rahman taking a wicket and only conceding 6 in his 2 overs. And Vinny Fangout asking, did you speak to Corey? Well, I wonder if Corey knows. And I remember he was on comms, he was saying, if Portugal, if they get a golden ball before we do in Italy, then I will be furious. I think he actually threatened to not turn up to work the next day. Luckily, he's completed his comms duties, and I hope he gets home safely. I think he's back to the Netherlands as we continue here. And this is hit and hit well. It's going to split the fielders. But that's almost outstanding work from Kamal Sharma. He did the hard bit. He got there, managed to get a hand on it, but was unable. He ended up scooping it over the boundary. Right in front of me, I had the best view in the house. Did the hard bit, but just couldn't release it in time and ended up dragging it to the boundary with him. You see there, just didn't release it in time. Couldn't get enough flick on it. And again, this time leg side. And this is going to sail over. So once again, Parth Junja, he's come in and he means business. 10 off 2 for him. And it's 6 corridas here in Portugal. And And this, again, slot delivery, not the best of work from Ankush Kumar. Just dropping it too full. Especially when you're that deep in the crease, anything's almost a slot delivery. And again, this time there's a man there, and he takes it. It's a good catch by the man in the deep square leg position. Watched it well, straight to him. And the little cameo from Pathachung Jan has to go. It's over. It's a good catch by Shahidul Rahman. And another wicket falls. Lisbon Capitals now 34 for 4. And I was correct in saying that Barry has gone and turned the lights on. Thank you, Barry. Keeping us well lit. Keeping all viewers entertained here in Portugal, in Coimbra. Vinny saying, still at the beach, but can't wait to go back. Watch the GB. The golden ball back then, just chaos. It was certainly chaos, but what a time we had. But very interesting to see here now, folks. I'd like to get your thoughts on this. Do let me know in the chat. No Mitul Patel yet, as Diksha Patel has come to the crease, but the man who saved the Capitals yet to come out. He's still in the shed. Whether they're saving them for the last couple of overs, but you just wonder, well, look at what he did last time. He's in form. He's seeing it like a beach ball. Wonder if Vinny's got any beach balls at the beach at the moment. This has gone high. It'll take some catching. And it's an outstanding piece of work from Ankush Kumar off of his own bowling. Takes the catch, and Diksha Patel has to go for another duck. Take another look. Well, that had snow on it. That was up in the clouds. There aren't any clouds up there, but I'm sure if there were, it would have been and gone through them. But Ankush Kumar settles himself and comes back. But my question has been answered. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, the man of the hour, Mitul Patel, coming out to the crease. He now comes out and he's joining them at the score of 40 for 5. Well, they need a little bit more of Patel magic. He ended up with 19 off of 7, 1 4, 2 6s. Obviously getting into the golden ball. And this time, just played into the offside. Gets himself off the mark straight away. And after 7, the Lisbon Capitals are 41 for 5. I feel like this would be a good opportunity to have a bit of a random question time once again. So any questions, do get them in on the YouTube or on the YouTube chat, or if you want to send them to me, it'll come through straight on my phone. Do message me on Instagram. It's at CJ_Hunt_. But it also gives us an opportunity to take a look. Well, we've had 4 full games here, but we go back to the usual 4 games in Italy and then 2 games for us in the evening. And we're going to see the Coimbra Knights. They're back in action. They'll be taking on the Gamblers SC in matches 11 and 12 tomorrow. So do subscribe to the European Cricket Network YouTube channel with plenty of cricket coming your way. But we're going to see Kamal Sharma coming into the attack now with Mitul Patel on strike. He's just let this one go pretty leisurely down the leg side and signalled a wide by Puff Stoneman. Looking to go big into the leg side. It's nothing on it, does Patel. Good to see you, Riyasad. Saying hello everyone, it's been a busy day for me, so couldn't join earlier. Well, it's good to have you now. Better late than never. Hey, Riyasad, let's go. You're well and enjoying. And I hope you saw the golden ball madness in match number 9. This is just played a little bit in the air. Aerial into the leg side, into the offside. And Manjit Singh comes round and collects. The robot getting involved, saying good evening, Vinny, good evening all. And the robot. I know that the robot would have been busy after the golden ball. It's been tidy so far here by the Gamblers' bowling attack. This is a bit of a slot delivery again, just squirted into the leg side. Akbari, he had to get off the mark, now will do with a single. Feels like he's been in the middle for a very long time, but he's only faced 3 deliveries. Well, it's that man, and when it's your day, it's just your day. Mithul Patel getting a fine edge on this one, and it runs away towards the boundary, and it's another 4 runs here for the Lisbon Capitals. Swinging from the hip, making the most of it. When your luck's going your way, there's no point on stopping. Short, and this time into the leg side, and he's split the fielders, and once again Mithul Patel is the man for the Lisbon Capitals at the moment. He can't do anything wrong. He took 3 catches, got his team into the golden ball, won the golden ball, and is now just dispatched 2 boundaries back to back. And this time into the offside. And, well, the fun had to end at some point. There's a bit of a handshake at the middle as Kamal Sharma gets the breakthrough with his final delivery of the over. And Mithul Patel has to go for 10. And the Lisbon Capitals at the end of 8 are 52 for 6. Good delivery, just back of a length, slight into the offside. Taken comfortably by Parveen Singh. Robot saying there was a golden ball glitch. Would you like to upgrade to ECN 1.124? I'm not reading all of that out. I was going to give it a go, but didn't realise that it was almost as long as pi. And a very good evening to you, Chris Smith. I see you in the chat. I hope you're well. Many thanks for joining us here on the European Cricket Network. As we're ready to get underway here, continuing on. It's gone high again. It's an opportunity for the wicketkeeper. Stands and takes another wicket. Angus Kumar, and Sarab Akbari wasn't able to provide the heroics again this time. He goes for just the 1 run. And the Lisbon Capitals, they fall to 52 for 7 here in the 9th. Looking to go on the sweep into the leg side. Right on the top edge, and a comfortable catch for Kuldeep Golia, who, no surprise, I'm sure we'll see him opening again for the Gamblers as they are looking to take 2 from 2 here today, and what really was a comfortable victory against the reigning champions, the Marla Kalanders. There's the man that took a catch a couple of minutes ago, just flew past your screen. Well, I don't know how that's missed anything. And there's a chance here. It's a direct hit. And we're going to be going upstairs once again. It's all happening here. And talk about it all happening in the 9th. Well, Naseem doesn't seem confident. He could be going for a diamond duck. Yet to face a delivery. He doesn't look confident. He's still walking. He's been told to wait, just to hang on one moment. But we're going to go upstairs. There's a good call. There's a hesitation. He's gone. Gone by an absolute mile. Country mile. So Aslan Naseem, the luck does not go his way. And the wicket will go. And eventually will be signalled on field. Just a delay in the communications. There we go. He's gone. So even without facing a single delivery, so Naseem has to go. But a great bit of fielding by, I think that was Nitin Kamboj, down at 3rd. Well, he's almost at a backstop, really. And the new batsman now is Raul Hardwaj coming to the crease. Half of an appeal, going down leg, and again a shy at the stumps. Certainly would have been close. I'll tell you what, we've had a few very interesting close calls and some direct hits that have been out of this world today. It's been a great day of cricket, and if that doesn't deserve a like on the broadcast and also subscribing to the YouTube channel, I don't know what does. Oh, this one again, finding the bottom edge, and it's good work again by Nitin Kombaj, and they come through, and it's just the one run. And again, this time just pulling back his length. Going for the back of a length delivery. It's a good take again from Kuldeep Golia. You can see now the sun slowly setting on what has been an excellent day here in Portugal. And again, a great bit of keeping from Golia. And at the end of the 9th over, the Lisbon Capitals 54 for 8. And we're going to see the return for the 10th over. We're going to see Jay Prakash into the attack here. And I think if they can get anything above 10 this over into the 60s, then you never know what could happen. We've had everything here today. Wow. Patel. Navar Patel getting this one wrong, plays all around it. It's a good start from Jay Prakash. Full toss and hit well, but however, not well enough. And it's going to be Rajesh Balkrishna who takes off, and there could be a chance. Well, it's another direct hit. No need for the LRS this time. And Bardwaj has to go, and again, outstanding fielding by the Gamblers, and it's another direct hit, and it's another run out. Another look here. He hit it well. There's a full toss. Wasn't a no ball. Well within the legal limits. There's a good throw in from Krishna, and he wasn't even near. It wasn't 2 runs there. But it is the final over, so you understand as to why they're pushing it. But the new man, Akshar Patel, comes out. And you just wonder, all he's got to do is run. Little glimpse of Stoneman there. Showing he's got a good action. Obviously he plays for the Portuguese national team. Well, the robot's saying it's direct hit day. It's golden ball day. It's direct hit day. It's just an eventful day here in Portugal. This is hit and slapped hard. Straight to the man out on the offside boundary. And that is Parveen Singh who does the work. And it's just the one run. So we're going to see Akshar Patel face up here. It's all happening here at the moment. This is well sensibly played into the offside. There's a big appeal here. This time isn't given. Given his leg buys. He's going to go down as not out. And they come through for the 1 run. Take another look here. He's deep in his crease. It's close, you know. Very, very close. I think, if anything, could be umpire's call. But it's been given as not out nonetheless. This is finds a toe edge of the bat. They're going to come through for just the one. They're going to look for the second. Akshar Patel wants it, but decides not to take it. And that is going to bring us to the close of the first innings of match number 10 here. And, well, the Lisbon Capitals, they have set 59 after their turnover. So, the Gamblers SC, to make it 2 from 2 today, they require 60 for victory. And we're going to be able to take a look at the highlights of the first innings of match number 10 here of the Lisbon Capitals. And, well, thinking about what went on throughout that last innings, there was an incredible amount of runouts. There was 3 runouts, all of them direct hits, and it took something seriously special. And, well, those two on your screens, Azhar Andani and Sadam Ryan, really couldn't get going. This was it. Just dropped and ran. Bit of sidearm, flinged it in. And it went upstairs, and eventually it was given. And then there was a few sneaky edges. It flew across towards the boundary. And it was an interesting move to see Taj Mohammed move up the order. Interesting to see how that comes across in the debrief at the end of the day. Again, a couple of players getting starts. Only 3 players getting into double figures along with Ryan. Mitu Patel once again, and Daval Patel. Puts in on top, Path Chunjan was the other player to get into double figures, and this was another wicket here. Played very early, but that was Sadam Ryan, who just chewed up a few too many balls for my liking. 11 off of 21. Too many dot balls in the innings for the Lisbon Capitals. There was a little bit, there was a glimmer of hope. That was almost an outrageous bit of fielding, but to no avail. And then next time, this was pulled into the leg side, and this cleared the rope comfortably this time, and that was just the 1-6 in the innings from Path Chunjan, and then his fun was eventually over. This was another good bit of fielding from the Gamblers SC. There wasn't a lot that they could do wrong in this game. Bowled well, fielded well, caught well more importantly, but also their ground fielding was next best to nothing. And again, that man, Mitul Patel, well, he had 2 boundaries to his name, 2 fours. We had to go 10 for 6. That was one of them. Split the fielders, slap bang in the middle, and it went across for 4 runs to the total. But again, you just have to say that there was good bowling, tight bowling, but again, unnecessary risks from the Lisbon Capitals. Just trying to take everything over the boundary wasn't really necessary. If you can get anything up towards the 90 mark, if possibly the 100 mark, then you're looking at a decent score, and it's going to make things a little bit more difficult for the team that's got to chase this. Well, this was an outstanding piece of work. Another incredible bit of work from Nitin Kumbhaj to get Aslan Naseem, who ended up going for a diamond duck, I should say. And I know that Rico, if he was here, would be getting that duck sound right out of the bag. But again, we've had 2. Let's just have another one. And Rajesh Balkrishna ends up getting the run out of Bardwaj. So, the story is very simple. Lisbon Capitals, they set 60 to win for the Gamblers SC, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 10 minutes or so. And you're watching the FanCode European Cricket T10 here with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. A very good evening and welcome back to El Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for second innings of match number 10 of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal. And well, the equation is pretty simple. 60 to win, so they only need to go add a run a ball. 60 required for victory off of 60 deliveries for the Gamblers SC, as they look to make it 2 from 2 and bring the Lisbon Capitals back down to earth. And we're almost ready to get underway here, and a very good afternoon, good evening wherever you're watching from, whether you're watching on the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. I hope you're all well and set for what it's looking to be like. It's going to be a very interesting chase. And just for a bit of information, the man, the myth, the legend is in front of me at the moment, Mitul Patel. Just had to say congratulations, and he's still got a massive smile on his face. But we're going to see, as we're almost ready to get underway, and it's going to be that man, Raul Bardwaj, to get us underway here for the reply. And Kuldeep Golea starting with a bit of pure class as this runs away down towards the boundary, and what a way to get off the mark, and what a way to start the innings. 4 runs here for the Gamblers SC. Just rocks back and just deftly touch into the offside, and it runs towards the boundary. Fielder almost takes one of the production crew, Ian, almost takes him out, although Ian is what I'd call a unit, like a fridge. Takes a lot to take him out. He's a Well, this has gone up. This is a big chance. And, well. Oh, there's a bit of conflict here at the moment. I don't think it is conflict, actually. I think it might be a bit of a handshake. There's a bit of both. Something that we're not massively keen, as otherwise went straight over. However, Kuldeep Golea has to go. There's a bit of a laugh in there as well. So Bardwaj gets the breakthrough, and it's an early wicket, and the Gamblers, they fall to 4 for 1. And well, I'll tell you for sure that very interesting, as obviously tournament referee out there at the moment, standing as the umpire. Don't know if that's the best thing to be doing, is giving a batsman a send-off early on here. Obviously just shows how much this means, as Lisbon Capitals look to take 2 from 2. Whilst Gamblers, they're looking to do the exact same. Very good evening to Mike Seal in the chat, and Wazza as well. You're all very well, and Yuvraj Singh in there as well. And you're enjoying the evening cricket. The lights are on, slowly starting to take effect. But the new man to the crease, Ankush Kumar, he's got a big job on his hands. He's coming very early on here. Starts well. This is pushed into the offside, and that's not going to help matters. The man at point completely dives over this one, and it's going to be another boundary. So 2 boundaries here in the first over. Gamblers moving on to 8 now for 1. Again, in pretty similar fashion this time, just hit with a bit more power, but straight through the fielder. And, well, unsurprisingly, a bit harsh probably. Fielder is moved over. Mike's still saying they need to play league cricket in the UK. Backchat is commonplace. Backchat is obviously, there's a fine line, and obviously all is well in love and war. But if you cross that line, it's a serious issue. This has just flown through to the keeper. I do agree, obviously it's part of the game, completely within the laws. So as long as it's within the laws, there's obviously no issue with it. But as soon as you step over the mark, you know, there's a personal remark or whatever it is, completely steps over the line. I'm a wicket keeper myself. Very loud mouth, and that one's just played into the offside for the leg side for a 1. And I know what it means to be involved in chat, but as long as you're within the laws, I don't mind it. It's part of the game, completely within the law. But again, It's a fine line. If you cross it, should be severe consequences. This one hit straight to Akshar Patel and manages to take this one cleanly. That takes us to the end of the first, and after 1 over, Gamblers 9 for 1. And there we go. Well, been very used to seeing triple digits in the middle of your screen, but what a sight that is to see. 0 matches without a golden ball. And I know that we've been waiting a very, very long time to be able to say that. And what a day we've had. 405 matches. Skittles down to 0. And we're going to see a hat-trick taker, Taj Mohammed, into the attack. Starts with an outside edge and plays away down to third man for 1 run. Interesting to get the wicket of Kuldeep Golia, as he was obviously one of the main run scorers in the... Well, he was the main run scorers, or run scorer, for the Gamblers SC in their victory against Marlow. Only losing 1 wicket, he scored a total of 57 off of just 29 deliveries not out. And there's a appeal from several members, but keeper and bowler not really interested. But another delivery that flies past the outside edge. Hits deep in the crease and clips this off the leg, and it's well fielded by Saddam Akbari, and it comes through for just 1 run. Well, if anyone's counting, that was another, technically it was another direct hit thrown in from the outfield. Short, and this is hit big into the leg side, and that's going to be 6 corridas here, and well, only need a few more and they're going to be well above the rate. They already are technically, but that's certainly going to help matters. And that one smashed into the leg side. 6 runs for the Gamblers SC. And well, there you can see umpire Tyrone Peters, technically the tournament referee, stepping in for the game, just showing he's an all-round good bloke. Likes to get involved, and this is going to fly towards the boundary. Going to take some cutting off, and he doesn't get there, and it's going to be another boundary. And it's another 4 runs to the total. So expensive over this from Mohammed here. Off a bit of an outside edge, but on this outfit, it's just going to sail down that towards the boundary for another 4 runs. As looks like we just need a new ball. Obviously there was a bit of an issue with that one. There's a bit of a conversation in the moment about some of the umpiring going on at the moment. Well, I have to say, 9 times out of 10 obviously umpires. Without them, then we don't get any games here. So continue here, and this is again short. Doesn't get anything. If anything, it's off the glove, and they're going to come through for the 1 run. But I have to say, the umpires, they are human, they make mistakes, and if you're out there for a long time, especially in the heat, it's not easy. You know, this isn't, we have the limited review system, we don't have the full review system, and as I said, we're all human, everybody makes mistakes, sometimes we get it right, sometimes we get it wrong, as long as you learn from those mistakes, then you can't ask for much more. As we take a look at the standings of the FanCode European Cricket T10 here in Portugal at the moment, everyone has got a win under their name now, and Lisbon Capitals, well, they did it in the most eccentric fashion possible, winning off of a golden ball. And that one will be remembered for a good few months now. And we're going to see Bardwaj continuing. This is hit into the leg side, and this game could be over pretty quickly if you keep bowling Gundy balls like that. And that one sails away for another boundary for Ankush Kumar, who now races along into the 20s. 21 off of 8 now. This one not really getting those feet moving on the offside. And as you can see, he hasn't eventually moves. He didn't move for quite a while. That one just missing out on that one. Well, this time we're going to be over pretty quickly as this one sails into the stand on the leg side. And young Stoneman signals 6 corridas here in Portugal. Too short. Again, bit of a Gundy ball. And it sails over in for a 6 runs into the stand as Shub, who umpired earlier, can't seem to find it. And again, it gives me an opportunity to say a huge thank you to all the crew that have been around the ground today. Obviously, the blue crew, Maxi, alongside Miguel with Tyrone Peters as well. And alongside, don't forget Shub. And then obviously the production crew as well. Without them, then we wouldn't get any of the pictures. So a huge thank you to Ms. Love, Ian and Daniel, who have been with us here in Portugal and will be for the next few days. But also a huge thanks to the umpires, Faf and Shub, who also umpired earlier, and Bucks, along with Tyrone Peters as well. Huge thank you to them today. And again into the leg side. It's going to be another boundary. This game we could be getting closer and closer towards the end as it's another boundary for Kumar. And this time doesn't go all the way, but it races along and trickles over the boundary. 4 runs for the Lisbon Capitals. And this is just played into the offside. And again, coming through for the single. So good running here. And they're getting ever and ever closer here as it's now just 23 required for the Lisbon Capitals. Correction for the Gamblers SC. Puts this well into the offside. Could be close with a direct hit. It's not taken well by the keeper. But again, carrying on with those thanks. None of this is able to happen without Barry and Nina at the clubhouse from the Coimbra Knights. But also a huge thanks to Paolo as well, who has been helping around the ground, who's been transferring people to and from where they need to be. And is just a general, all-round nice guy. A huge thanks to everyone. And obviously, the work continues. No rest for the wicked as we come back tomorrow for more T10 cricket. There's just a change. I think they're bringing on a helmet as we're going to see introduction. A bit of spin. Akshad Patel coming into the attack now for the Lisbon Capitals. Looks like they're going to be falling to a defeat here after making a serious name for themselves. And this is into the leg side, and well, that's again another Gundy ball, and it signalled another 4 runs by umpire Tyrone Peters. And we're getting ever closer. We're now into the teens of what's required here for Gamblers SC. Advances, and this time, well, we're going to go upstairs. But my feeling is here, it could be like, I feel like he might be gone here, but we're going to take a look upstairs. Could be a bit of a close one here. He takes a step. Wow, he's done really well to get back there. That's outstanding work. And he stays in, and he survives another day. And again, good work from the production crew. Can't praise them enough. And that is going to be given as not out. And Akshar Patel continuing here. This is just played into the offside. And they come through for a pretty simple single. And so we're now just time 17 required off of just 39 deliveries now. Well, an opportunity goes begging, and well, it ends up almost being buzzers, but it's a good take from Akshar Patel. Plenty of things happening here in Portugal. Oh, looking to go big into the leg side. It was a fuller delivery, stuck right up there. Comes to no success. And this time into the leg side, and again, good sensible batting here from the Gamblers. No unnecessary risk, don't need to, but I'm sure they might be thinking of the net run rate. But that brings us to the close of the fourth. Gamblers 44 for 1. Shrug, just want to say thank you for your very kind comment. It's much appreciated. Thoroughly enjoying my time here, I have to say. I'm very lucky to do what I do. And again, we get to take a look, obviously. We return to 6 matches a day here on the European Cricket Network, with the first day of round-robin matches in Italy for the Super Series, where the winner at the end of the week will be going to the ECL 2023. But we get back underway with Salam Akbari. And this is hit into the leg side. That's going to be another boundary. Things slowly coming to an end here. And it's now just down to 12 runs required for Gamblers SC's stake victory here against the Capitals. Lovely conventional sweep shot. Doesn't quite get down on one knee, but it's at the right length and right line. And he can just flick his wrists over, and they come through for the 4 runs. And again, this is short. It's a Gundy ball again. And once again, Kumar smashes this into the leg side for yet again another boundary. And that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Just 8 runs required now. Alright, it's a comeback, but this time it's given away. So just struggling here a little bit is Salam Akbari. Didn't get a good go with the bat. And the wheels just coming off the tracks ever so slightly here. Well, that's certainly going to help. That's one of the best shots of the day. That's out of the ground. That's massive. That's 6 corridas here, and it goes to Angus Kumar. Well, that was another Gundy ball. It's wide, it's short, and if you're going to hit any delivery over the short boundaries, it's something like that. And well, it's just down to a simple run is required now. It'll be interesting if he tries to do it in fashion, or he's just going to nerdle it for the 1 run. And they don't get a single here. As obviously the scores are tied. He's going to hit this, and they're going to come through for the single, and that will be the game. So outstanding game here. And the Gamblers, they make it 2 from 2. 2 outstanding victories up against the defending champions Marlow Calanders, and this time against the Lisbon Capitals, where they take victory by 9 wickets here. And it brings a close on an absolutely incredible day of cricket. 4 games of exhilarating T10 cricket, and it will forever be remembered as the day that we broke the record and we smashed it out of the park and we got that golden ball. No more needing to talk about it. Don't need to bring it up anymore as we take a look at the highlights of the response from the Gamblers SC, taking victory by 9 wickets here. It started off with an absolute belter of a shot, just a bit of a glance down into the offside, and they ended up coming through. But again, This time, Bardwaj had the last laugh. This was just clipped up on the offside, and they come through for the wicket. Good catch. Pretty simple catch, but those are the hardest ones to take sometimes. But then, after that, well, it wasn't really much more. There was fielding mistakes here and there. Bowling wasn't quite up to scratch from the Lisbon Capitals, which is interesting, as you would have thought that after coming off of an insane victory on a golden ball, that they would have turned around and gone, right, well, we're up for this. However, Ankush Kumar was up to the challenge. 48 not out off of 20 deliveries. He'll be sad to miss out on his half century, but getting his team over the line is what matters at the end of the day. And it's another 2 points for Gamblers SC. And these highlights, well, another few boundaries and some insane hitting from Ankush Kumar for his 48. 6 fours, but 3 maximums, striking at a total of 240. And again, a huge thank you to everyone. Maxi, Miguel as well, alongside Shub and Tyrone Peters as well, the blue crew, and then the production crew as well. Can't forget about them, Daniel, Ian, and Mislav. A huge thank you to all of them, and also everyone in and around the ground, and all the umpires. Without them, we wouldn't be getting any cricket, and they do the job that no one else really wants to do. But it's a mixed bag for the Lisbon Capitals, getting a golden ball victory, but then getting a bit of a thumping by the Gamblers SC. And, well, you take a look here. That was the last boundary, a huge thumping 6 over the offside boundary, and that was all she wrote. But again, an absolutely fabulous day of cricket here. But do remember that we are back to the usual schedule of 6 games a day tomorrow, where we begin the final week of our Italian summer, where it'll be Rico Full alongside Vinny Sandhu and Nicky Chowdhury. They'll be taking you through the Super Series week out in Italy. And once again, it's been an absolute pleasure. Myself here, Charlie Hunt on the European Cricket Network. Don't forget to subscribe, and we'll see you again tomorrow. Have a good evening.